Okay. Welcome, everyone. This is Paul Kramer, the chair of the Committee of Bar Examiners. Today's meeting is Friday, March 24, and we'll get started with our agenda. Today's going to be potentially a pretty busy one. It's hard to predict how long any particular item is going to take to discuss, but we want to make sure that we have the time to adequately discuss things, and we don't feel pressured by the clock. Members, please plan on being here till 5 o'clock. Okay. So with that, Devin, if you could take the roll.
Dr. Bolton?
Here.
Robert Brody?
Here.
Dr. Cow?
Here.
Alex Chan? Not present. Jim Efting?
Here.
Kareem Gangora? Not present. Judge Guerra? Not present. Dolores Heisinger?
Here.
Larry Kaplan?
Here.
Paul Kramer?
Present.
Alex Lawrence?
Here.
Esther Lynn? Not present. Bethany Peak? Not present. Ashley Silva Guzman? Here. Vince Reyes?
Here.
David Torres?
Here.
Dr. Wilcoxon? Not present. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Before taking public comment, I want to alert the committee members and the public about the order of items today. As we talked about during our planning session in December, staff and I are trying to put the items of greater public interest at the beginning of our agenda so that the public and stakeholders don't have to wait until the afternoon for some of those items to be discussed. This is very much a work in progress, which we'll fine tune as experience informs us. Today, that means we'll be taking items in the following order. First, public comment. Then we are going to switch to a closed session to receive reports from council. We expect that to take no longer than 30 minutes. We'll return to open session and consider the admissions budget and proposed fee increases. Following that, we'll talk about the revisions to the testing accommodation rules, and then we'll tackle the rest of the open session subcommittee items, except for the chair's time and the director's reports. When we finish all the open subcommittee items, we'll go into closed session to deal with those items, and we will finally return to open session to deal with the rest of the chair's time items and the director's reports. So with that, let me give the instructions for the public comment. And note that for those of you who are viewing this meeting via Zoom, closed captioning of the video feed is available. If you've never seen that, it's actually kind of fun to watch and see how accurate it is. To view those captions, you would hover your mouse over the lower part of your screen where the Zoom toolbar is located, and you should see a section there labeled CC. Please select that option and then select Show Subtitles on the pop-up menu. For those of you who are still having trouble with that, please don't hesitate to contact the state bar staff for further assistance. If later you're looking at this as a recording that's posted via YouTube, there's a similar function to turn on captions at the bottom of the screen. If you don't need the captions, you probably want to leave them off because they do tend to cover the bottom third of the screen, and as we're projecting things, it'll make it hard for you to see some of those slides or spreadsheets or whatever. Now to public comment. The Board of Trustees adopted a public comment policy that applies to all bar committees, including this one. Its policy statement says, the State Bar of California welcomes public comment at all of its public meetings and appreciates listening to a wide variety of viewpoints that reflect the diversity of California. These public comment rules are designed to ensure that members of the public may exercise their right to be heard, as well as ensure that the State Bar is able to fulfill its obligation to conduct business on behalf of the people of California in a timely fashion. Written public comment may be submitted to the email address on the meeting agenda. We encourage you to submit written public comments at least 24 hours prior to the start of a meeting. Written comments received less than 24 hours prior to the start will be distributed the following business day. In today's case, that would be Monday. For oral public comment, persons were encouraged to sign up to speak in advance of the meeting and will be called in the order they signed up. Persons attending the meeting remotely will be called in the order they appear in the attendee list. Speakers cannot cede their time to another speaker, and it is not guaranteed that all who wish to speak will be able to do so. To facilitate hearing from as many persons as possible, we encourage you not to repeat points that were made by previous speakers. Simply say that you agree with them. To allow the committee the time it needs to deliberate on the important topics we will be discussing today, we will be limiting comments to 3 minutes per person. Law school deans or a designated law school representative may speak at the time their items are heard by the committee, following staff's presentation for up to 5 minutes. Others who wish to speak in support of a school must make their comments during this public comment window we are about to open. If you're on Zoom and you want to speak, you'll need to raise your hand unless you're already on the sign-up list. To do so, you would click on the hand icon at the bottom center of your Zoom window. If you're participating via telephone, you may virtually raise your hand by pressing *9. That's first the star key and then the number 9. And you do that again to lower your hand. Our coordinator will call the members of the public, starting with the pre-meeting signups, then the Zoom list in the order that they signed up or raised their hands. Staff will enable the microphone of the speaker and start our new on-screen timer when you begin to speak. You'll see that Viviana Garcia is, she's operating that timer. So if you look at her picture box, you'll see the timer superimposed over her box, and it will count down. If you cannot see the timer, let us know when you start to speak, and we'll tell you when you have 30 seconds remaining. And I know that we have some people who signed up prior to the meeting, so we do have public comments. So Devin, if you want to go ahead and call the first commenter.
Our first public comment will be from Benjamin Cohn.
Hello, good morning. Thank you. I'm commenting on the testing accommodations rules revision return from public comment and action item to circulate for a second public comment. I want to be clear that the fact that this is for another public comment rather than a final proposal should not be a reason to approve it and let flaws be resolved later. If you already know that there is something that can be improved now, putting that into the proposal at this meeting or tabling it for the next one with giving more time to the working group is important so that the proposal can be implemented absent new unforeseen criticism sooner, at least one exam cycle sooner for each iteration that you have to go through a formal public comment period and another round iteration of approval process. This proposal has shifted from being something that would make the rules worse in this domain to something that would make the rules better, but it's not ready for public comment yet because it still does not address the most important aspects of the DOJ guidelines based on the LSAC consent decree that the proposal is purportedly based on. The most important thing that it still does not do is the 2-week commitment for staff processing time, or at least defined staff processing time that is not left with vague "as soon as is practicable" language, which in the context of appeals in Rule 4.90 has been abused by staff to be months. The reason given in the memorandum for this not having a staff processing time limit yet is that they want the experiment of 2 exam cycles with these new changes to figure out exactly how much time is saved for staff by the other changes, but that's not an experiment that will give relevant data. The fact that the staff can't just by the changes that are already being made with the same amount of resources achieve that set turnaround time should not be a reason, if it's needed for equal opportunity to disabled applicants, to not have that turnaround time in the proposal. Rather, you adjust your staffing resources to what's needed to achieve that and set the policy based on what's going to achieve equal opportunity for disabled applicants. 2 weeks was carefully
Thank you for your public
calculated
comment.
in order to allow for applicants to not have to apply early but still be able to appeal, or if they do apply early, to be able to get their decision before they need to make decisions about competitive exam
It's
prep.
been-
Your time has
it's been 3
expired.
minutes.
Thank you.
And our next public comment will be from Todd Hill.
Thank you very much and good morning. Thank you for the time to speak. As the State Bar is aware, I unfortunately had to file a lawsuit for resolution related to an issue where my school, People's College of Law, matriculated me and attempted to defraud me. The case I filed was case number 2:3-CV-1298-JLS-PDX. I apologize for the length of the number. It's a federal district court suit, and their numeral scheme is their own. Again, the case number is 2:3-CV-01298-JLS-PDX. It's a complete claim, and I would appreciate its resolution. I invite the public to look at it. And I'd also invite the board to finally and appropriately deal with it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next public comment will be from Claudia Center.
Good morning. My name is Claudia Center. I am the Legal Director of Disability Rights, Education, and Defense Fund. And I have worked for many years, like several other people in the disability rights community, on building disability access to the legal profession. So making sure that people can access the LSAT, can access law school exams, and when they graduate law school can access the bar exam. I haven't had time to review the new proposal in detail, but what I did do is take a look at it very quickly to see if applicants with disabilities, disabled candidates, have a ready path to the accommodations that they have had in college, in law school, on high stakes exams, on standardized tests. And the answer is still no. There is not a ready path to those accommodations in these new proposed rules. And many applicants will not have the accommodations that they have had throughout their path to taking the state bar. So their plans will be disrupted. They'll have gotten through law school and then they can't have the opportunity to demonstrate their skills and abilities in the same way that they did in law school. And you can see that because anything that takes longer than 3 days or that requires a private room does not get the ready path treatment in the new rules. And so that takes off the table a whole array of very standard testing accommodations. And it also suggests that the issue with staff, which I understand, is the administrative difficulty of putting that together, but that can't be the basis for excluding people. If the staff need more staff to have a lawful testing accommodation program, if they need more money, well, let's talk about that. But we can't just exclude people with the most significant accommodation needs because it takes more than 3 days or requires a private room. So we're just not there. These rules are not there. It won't be a lawful testing accommodation program. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next public comment will be from Jackie Gardina.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I want to speak on the Blue Ribbon Commission report. First, I want to appreciate
Jackie, can
yeah.
you increase the volume of your voice?
Sure.
We'll reset your timer.
Okay. Is that a little bit better?
Not much.
Not much. Okay. Let me see if I can pump the volume. Okay. Any better?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, sorry about that. I am here to speak about the Blue Ribbon Commission report. First, I want to appreciate support, or Chair Kramer's support in particular, for reciprocity. I think it will signal to the graduates of schools that the Committee of Bar Examiners accredits who successfully pass the bar exam, that they deserve the same consideration as graduates from ABA schools when they seek licensure in other states. So I hope that the Committee of Bar Examiners will join in my request that the Blue Ribbon Commission choose reciprocity as a recommendation over comedy. I also want to address Alex Chan's dissent. I do not disagree with Alex Chan's dissent at all. I think he has raised a number of really important issues about what an alternative pathway to licensure might raise and the issues that need to be addressed. I do want to point out, however, as I did in my dissent, that the recommendations that were proposed as part of the Blue Ribbon Commission process were all, except for one, an exploration of an alternative pathway to licensure, not an implementation of an alternative pathway to licensure. An exploration of would actually allow all of the concerns raised by members of the commission to be addressed as part of that. It could be that the end of the exploration results in a finding that a supervised practice pathway is not viable, at least not as a one and only way to become licensed in California. But unfortunately, the recommendations are not even to explore an alternative pathway to licensure. So I would hope that the Committee of Bar Examiners would be open to at least allowing an exploration of an alternative pathway to licensure, so many of the issues identified by the dissents could actually be addressed and considered. Thank you.
I'll just note, Jackie, that I was not recommending, as you were, that we use the reciprocity as a lever to get other bars to accept non-ABA graduates unless they choose to do so on their own. But did you understand that?
I did. I mean, reciprocity would essentially mean if you choose not to accept our, as I understand it, accept our licensed attorneys in the same manner, then your licensed attorneys will have to sit for the California bar exam.
No, I'm just saying that our ABA graduates who are members of our bar could join the other bar with reciprocity. But what I'm not in favor of is using the carrot of reciprocity to lever the other bars into accepting our CALs and let's see, registered law school graduates.
Then you and I do disagree, because I take reciprocity as a two-way street, not a one-way street. And what you're describing sounds more like comedy to me. So
no, it's okay. Well, anyway, I just
Yeah.
wanted to highlight that. I don't want to get into a
so
dialogue,
just
but-
no. So let me reframe my comment just for a moment. Then I would like the Committee of Bar Examiners, who actually accredits the law schools that these graduates come from, to recognize that the hard work that they do They work full time, they raise children, they go to law school part-time, and they pass the bar exam and their license in California. I would like you to signal to other states that they are as worthy of recognition as ABA schools. I'm not saying that those states will accept our graduates, but I certainly would like the Committee of Bar Examiners to signal that you support those graduates and licensed California attorneys as much as those from the ABA schools. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Well, folks, we'll be talking about this later when we get to that item.
And our next public comment is from Linda Keller.
Thank you very much. I am the Dean of Thomas Jefferson School of Law. I've been very appreciative of all of the information received from the BRC, and I'll be very brief. I support and agree with Dean Jackie Gardina's comments just made, including the most recent colloquy she just had. Definitely support full reciprocity and exploration of an alternative pathway to licensure, as she put it so well. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no additional public comment.
And no raised hands, apparently?
No.
Okay. Then we will close public comment. I thank everyone for their comments, including the written comments that we received earlier this week. We will therefore move into a closed session, and we'll just be considering the portion of the closed session agenda that is the report from counsel. That's correct, right, Amy?
Correct.
Okay, and then we'll return to this open session to continue with the open session items in the order that I described earlier. So we will leave this Zoom meeting for the open session open, and please monitor that. We can't say for sure when we'll be back, but our best estimate is 20 to 30 minutes. And members, please leave this meeting and go to the closed session Zoom using the link that was emailed to you from Amy a few minutes ago. Okay, we're back in open session at 10:05 a.m. We'll just wait a moment for everyone to get back. We have nothing to report out of that closed session. And as I noted earlier, we'll be going back into closed session for the remaining items later in the day.
I'd like to note for the record that Bethany Peak, Alex Chan, and Kareem Gangora are now present.
Okay. Does anybody think we need to take roll again? Hearing none. Okay, I'm not sure what my view is right now. Oh, gallery view. Okay, looks like we have, do we have most of our members back?
We do.
Okay. So the next item on the agenda was, let me find my notes. That was, we're taking out of order under the Operations and Management Subcommittee, item 0302, discussion of Office of Admissions budget and fee increases. Who was going to start that presentation out? Off, rather.
That would be me, Paul.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I want to make sure that we have Andrew Conover and Lawrence Lau joining us.
They were just promoted to panelists.
Wonderful, thank you, Devin. So at the last CBE meeting in January, we presented on the state of the admissions budget. We had a preliminary discussion about the need to increase fees for the various applications and exams handled in the office.
Oh.
All right, so the CBE suggested that we formulate a working group to take a closer look at the fees and the various policy decisions that we seek input from the committee on before we submit it to the Board of Trustees in May. So we worked with 3 CBE members. We worked with Paul Kramer, Larry Kaplan, and Ashley Silva Guzman, and finance staff to take an approach on a few proposals that we developed. And so the proposals that you will be presenting on that are developed here apply the following approach. First, staff recommend a tiered approach. That is, there would be a differential in what we would require, the fees required for attorney applicants versus student applicants. And the goal here is to try to keep the fee increases lower for students than attorney applicants. Initially, when we spoke with the full working group, there wasn't that much, there wasn't agreement on the approach. However, as we dug a little more into the proposals, I think we did gain a little more consensus that that would be appropriate. We're also focusing on 5 areas that we'll be talking about today. And they are the bar exam, the first year law student exam, the moral character application, the multiple jurisdiction practice areas, and the law school accreditation. And the reason for that is that these are the areas that have the largest deficit. Their expenditures far outweigh the revenue in these areas. Also within the MJP applications, as you recall, there are 3 categories. There's a registered legal aid attorney, which it consists primarily of attorneys that work in public interest, registered military spouse attorneys. These are the spouse of people who are providing military service and have been required to relocate to California. And lastly, for the registered in-house counsel, these are typically are experienced attorneys working for corporations. So we are also suggesting a fee differential here where our registered legal aid attorney and registered military spouse attorneys would pay less than registered in-house counsel. Now, we also will not be able to raise fees to the break-even level. And we're going to jump into those numbers as well, because for some applications, the increase could mean paying 4 to 5 times what the current cost is. And we'll, as I said, we'll jump into that. And this is just simply not palpable for many of our applicants. So the plan in response to that is to increase the fees across all admissions applications in order to address this deficit. That is, other programs would subsidize or offset that variance between our expenditures and our revenue. So we're about to dig into these numbers. I will ask Andrew to bring up, he's going to describe what each of the proposals that are represented in this spreadsheet represent. And then also just keep in mind that as we're looking at these fees in all of the areas, the idea is to look at it all together to get recommendations that we will be bringing to the board in May. So with that, I will hand it over to Andrew, and Andrew and Lawrence will discuss the different approaches that are included in here.
Great. And as Lawrence brings up the file, I want to recap. We were asked to return with a full spreadsheet that shows all admission programs, both large and small, including those that may be in a position to help subsidize other programs. We were also asked to recalculate the new break-even points based on each program, and that was based on the new 2023 adopted budget and known future COLA increases. And as Amy mentioned, to develop two approaches for the working group to consider to balance each individual program. One version applying the same fee increases across both students and attorneys, and one version with the fee increases tiered based on the ability to pay. So Lawrence has the spreadsheet up here, and just from left to right, basically, we're showing each program with the projected program balances for the year end 2023 based on the current, if the fees will remain unchanged. To the right of that, if all fees were equally raised across the board to break even within.
Can I interrupt for a second? Can you make this any bigger?
Yeah, among the things you could do is collapse the toolbar at the top, or the ribbon they call it.
It also might be easier if people could just download it from, that's what I just did. Download it from your, from the meeting agenda, just download the attachment, and then you could blow it up as big as you need it. And you don't need to see everyone's faces. You could just look at that. That's what I just did.
Mine's much bigger now, so whatever someone just did, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Lawrence. And so in the middle there, we show, and we have some things hidden under a fold that won't be on the printed PDF that was posted. We're showing right now just the tiered approach there in blue in the middle. We have hidden in a fold the flat approach that we considered as well, were discussed. To the right, you'll see the management recommendations, and these are based on the study we did last year. So those are recommendations based as of last November. So I will let Lawrence drive it from this point forward with your questions.
Wow.
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, so as you can see, the bar exam is the first program that we have up on this file, on this Excel spreadsheet. Then we have foreign legal consultants, and then first year law students exam. And then I believe this is legal specialization. No, this is
correct.
I think legal specialization. This is the law school regulation, and then this is the MCD, and then the MJP. So these are the 5 programs that we want to focus on. And let's just go back to the top. And if you have any questions, you can see just if we were to, if our goal was to break even, we would need to raise every fee that we are able to 37%. I believe the initial recommendation by the working group from the CBE was more in line with this tiered approach. And in order to break even, we would need to raise the attorney applications 53%, the non-attorney application 30%, and so on, to get to a break-even point. And here you can see the what the management recommendation was back in November. And just want to preface, and Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of assumptions have changed. So in actuality, the management recommendations could also change because we had updated the revenue projection, we had revisited the cost projections as well. So there could be some adjustments to what the final recommended fee that would be presented to the Board of Trustees would be moving forward. But as you can see, just generally speaking, right, the bar, so the bar exam program itself is in the whole roughly 3.3 million, and the management recommendation would narrow that gap roughly $1 million. And I think the big the thing to point out is that we would only be increasing the student application by 5% relative to the attorneys 22% to get to I guess an increase that the management felt reasonable given how big the deficit is.
Hey, Lawrence, this is Robbie. I just want to make sure I'm reading this right. The current dues for lawyers are $677.
No,
These aren't on here.
No.
This is,
Do-
983.
but these are dues, you mean?
Oh, sorry,
you need
dude.
to take the exam? Yeah, exam fee.
The current fee, yeah, for attorneys is $983 and for non-attorneys is $677.
And where are the annual dues on this chart?
No,
That's
Oh,
not a part of our budget.
that's not a part of our budget. I see. Okay, thank you.
Lawrence, can you unhide the break even without tiering columns? I think that people need to see that.
You want to see it flat, the flat version.
yes.
Oops, give me one, sorry, hold on. Let me bring that back up, pardon me.
And Paul, why is it that the annual fee is not part of this discussion?
The annual licensing fee is in the general fund and
Oh.
does not support the admissions function.
Oh, thanks, Leah. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, the admissions fund is meant to be, self-supporting. But what the board did for this fiscal year or calendar year is they combined the admissions fund with the fund for legal specialization. And so we inherited, I want to say it's like a $6 million reserve that we're now sharing with them. And that frankly, that was a lifeline for us because we were about to run out of reserves. Okay, so if you look here between the break even flat and the tiered, you'll see that the amount of the additional money we're charging to attorney applicants. The costs are at best roughly the same to provide the exam to attorneys or students. Arguably, they're less for attorneys because it's only a one-day exam and there's no licensing fee to pay for the multiple choice multi-state exam. But the underlying assumption here, just to call it out and be clear, is that people who are already attorneys in another jurisdiction or are in some cases for some of the programs, our attorneys in our jurisdiction can afford to pay more than students. And so we're not asking them, we're telling them that they are going to subsidize the costs of the application program or the testing program and the moral character determination for those students. The problem in my mind, I don't believe that's fair. I could grudgingly go along with that, I guess. But we remain with the proposed, the staff recommended, management recommended fees in a serious deficit. If Lawrence, if you scroll down to the bottom, I believe we'll see an estimate of, yeah, if you see line 83 there, the projected admissions funds balance at December 31 of this year, we're going to have $4.3 million. And if these fees as proposed were to go into effect for 2024, we would completely use up and more so than just zero out the the fund balance, the reserve. So this appears to be an unsustainable fee schedule. 2025, we can't run a deficit at that point because there's no reserve fund to pay for it. So this is a hard choice, folks, and I don't know if any of us have the answer. I don't. We want to both make things affordable for students, so that's not a barrier to entry into the profession. But how much can we fairly collect from those who are already in the profession, whether it's in our state or in another state?
Hey,
Can I add a couple of things? I was on this committee and I'd like to give some context to this discussion, because I find what often happens with budget things, especially with all these numbers, is people don't see the forest for the trees. Okay, and I think that's a big mistake. So let me first start by saying that the budget is always a manifestation of your values. So what are the values of the bar? What are the values of the Committee of Bar Examiners? And how does the budget reflect those values? I think that's an important thing to think about, okay, before you start glomming onto specific numbers. Number two, I think a very important goal that has been expressed by the Board of Trustees as well as the committee has been to increase access to the profession so that we increase the diversity of the profession, so that better reflects the diversity of the state of California. So that's why you have to look at things like, people who aren't lawyers yet, maybe pay less. The other thing we haven't talked about yet is you look at the first year law students, the cost of administering that's a money loser, like big time. Look at that, $850,000 in the red. And that's probably the last fee you want to try to increase, because those are the people who could least afford to do it. So I think, you got to think about all these things as we do this. And then finally, all that said, okay, having run businesses and organizations for my entire 45-year career, I can tell you that money walks, BS walks, money talks, or is it the other way around? Whatever. Anyhow, you gotta be fiscally responsible, and we can't continue to run deficits. It's not sustainable. And where we're going to get the money from? We're not going to get it from the legislature. So it's a real challenge. So we have to balance the financial realities with our values. So that's it. That's where I was coming from on this whole discussion. So as much as break even would be nice, JKL, we'll probably want to look at MNO.
hey, Larry, this is Robbie. Do these numbers presume an in-person bar or a remote bar, or does that not matter for purposes of this discussion?
These calculations assume an in-person exam, because that's what we are, I guess, constrained to, because we don't have access, again, to a remote MBE. So our forecast is based on our current expenditures and our current exam format, which is an in-person exam.
But
So
for the first year, it's a remote, correct?
The first year, yes, is a remote exam.
So Amy, if we ultimately, or as the years, if we move to a fully remote exam, do you expect to see these numbers go down in any significant way?
Yes, absolutely. We would incur cost savings if we move to a remote exam, because it reduces, the large costs that we have for site selection, for the different testing sites, as well as reduces the proctors.
But I just would want to say that it's true. We think it's true, but we are at least a couple of years away from that, if not many years away from being able to do that. And making the transition to a non-MBE exam will require an investment. So I think, as Larry pointed out, and Paul, we are, the status quo is not sustainable. And to get to a new reality where we could go fully remote, we'll have to make an investment. So regardless if that's the transition we're going to make sooner or later, we need to address the short-term fiscal kind of crisis, even to support the transition.
But Leah, if we are going to make that kind of transition to a different bar exam or when we write ourselves, can we use the general fund money for that?
Well, that'll be a conversation to have. The State Bar General Fund, if you looked at all at our 2023 budget, it's in better shape than the admissions fund, but only marginally. So while I think we've done the analysis, OGC has, that we can use general fund money to support admissions functions. Right now, there is not sort of a wealth of capital over on the general fund side. There are some states, I will say at least one I found, that does have an admissions assessment tacked on to the annual attorney licensing fee. So this, I think, ultimately may be a direction that California wants to go in, but none of these solutions address the very real problem that we have starting in 2024.
Oh,
One more thing to note is in the column S there, called current maximum cap, where the amount is highlighted in yellow, that means that the management recommendation is for an amount that is greater than either a statutory or rule-based cap, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so that means that some of these proposed increases might not be feasible to implement right away because we may have to get a law changed somewhere.
Well, I think, and I don't know, the team can clarify, I think the numbers in columns J through O, those that are capped, we kept them at the capped level. Where we went beyond the cap was in that column P, the management recommendation last November.
Right, but it's
corrected that, I think. Yeah.
But the management recommendation provides us with the lowest deficit level. So it's the most opportunistic, or it's the best result. If it's a difference between $4.9 million deficit and well, no, actually the tiered one would reduce the deficit.
The tiered ones are going to allow you to break even.
How do we get with 2,000 or 2 million on the bottom there?
Well, the first year law school students was re-aimed to only not break even, but be half of its cost.
Okay. Oh, and actually I realized that the PDF that was posted is different than your spreadsheet now in a little bit. So let me go back to your spreadsheet at the bottom.
The flat columns have been compressed on the printed PDF, yes.
Okay, so tiered would at least give us 2 years of cushion with the
So just, I
with the
want to preface
reserve.
that reserve is a projection that may or may not come to fruition, that 4.3 million. And there are other expenses in the Office of Admissions that aren't reflected here. These are only the direct costs that we can associate with these X number of programs. There are other fees and there are other costs that are not associated with any of these programs that the office does incur. So this is not the totality of the expenses that are going to consume any fund balance.
So the intra-fund is not included in this?
The interfund is, but there
Okay.
are other expenses that were not allocated to any of these programs that still exist.
But Lawrence, those are minimal. I don't think it's helpful to have folks thinking that
Okay,
this isn't sort of the bulk of the picture here.
So but it might be, is it reasonable to assume, Lawrence, that it's going to be in the $4 million range?
well, this is a fund balance projection that is based off of the 2023 budget for expenses and then the projection and the budget for revenue. So if any of those amounts don't match the budget, for instance, we overspend, underspend, revenues come in lower than what we had projected, then that fund balance is going to change. This is just a projection based on the budgeted amounts for 2023.
Right, but you could say that about most of the numbers on this spreadsheet, right?
Yes, absolutely. These are very dependent on a lot of different moving parts. So these could, you know, when actuals come in at the end of the year, these numbers could look different. Correct.
Yeah, but it's the best we have, and
The best guess. Correct.
yeah, and that's what we have to work with.
Yep.
Okay, well, Robbie and I have been the talkers so far. Does anyone else have any questions or comments?
I do. How did we get here? When did we basically take that all from where we were doing fine, all of a sudden we've gone south into the red? Has anybody taken a look at that?
Yeah, so I talked a little bit about this when we talked about the budget over the past two meetings. So one of them is things are just costing more altogether. So obviously there's inflation, and we have not raised fees since 2014, I believe. So it's been a while since we had a fee increase. The other thing is that when we had our, when going from the remote exam, so we went from an in-person to a remote, and then remote back to in-person, there was increases in the administration resulting from things that we needed to procure as part of, coming back from COVID and during COVID. So that ate at our reserves. So I think between, and then also the cost, the analysis that we've conducted looked at, things that have gone up. So we talked about the remote exam. We continue with remote exam for the first year law student exam. We try to find ways to keep costs down, and doing that in remote has helped. But also there's an overall increase in the costs, and then and just basic maintenance. We are, for example, for our first year law student exam, maintaining our multiple choice questions is costly. And so costs have gone up, and we have not revisited our fees in general over the past at least 8 to 9 years.
Yeah, to put a point on that, if you just think about, we have staff, I think we're at about 70 maybe in the Office of Admissions. The headcount has remained fairly consistent, but each year pursuant to our labor agreements, staff are getting their 5% step increases. We recently signed an MOU where staff got a COLA, very well deserved and in line with other state negotiated contracts. But all of these costs, this cost escalation, which is natural, none of it has been addressed through an increase in the bar exam fees, and other costs have had to be incurred as we've really kind of stepped up to professionalize, I think, how we administer the bar exam. So think about the CAPA study, the first time we ever did that, the differential item analysis study. Many of the studies that you all have considered and weighed in on, those have all taken resources that 10, 15 years ago we weren't spending in this area. So I think personnel cost increase is clearly the biggest driver. And as Amy mentioned, she did present some data on that at a previous meeting, so we can recirculate that as well.
And I also want to add, is we have added programs. For example, the provisional licensing program, we kept that cost, for the application process. We have a very small fee for that, but also, and that has cost us definitely more than what we charge for. And also, the number of test takers has decreased over the years. So our revenue has gone down as a result of that. So we have less bar exam takers. I've highlighted this at multiple meetings. Whether it's a first year law student exam or the bar exam, we have less and less a continually declining pool of applicants that apply for those exams.
Well,
Oh,
I
I'm sorry.
agree with Larry. If Larry was talking about, and if we haven't had an increase in quite some time, and I've talked to Tammy and Ms. Ching on several other committees that I sit on. I do believe that we need to look at our fee structure. So I'm amenable to doing something here.
You know what Hemingway said about going bankrupt, right? Very slowly and then very quickly. That explains, this has been building up, but my opinion is that I think the management proposal is just, it's not workable. We'll be out of money in a year. So I don't think that's sustainable. I think we got to look at, the J through O, one of those two options, which buys us, a few years. And I think the critical difference between the one labeled program break even, well, they both say that, flat and tiered, is the first year law student fees, exam fees, which in the flat jacks them up, 438%, which is a lot. And in the other one, tier jacks them up 200%. And, my thinking is that,
Andrew, if I may interrupt really quickly.
Is that my thinking is that is the lead. Forget the numbers, okay? Let's not fixate on the numbers. Let's look at the big picture. Your job is to look at the numbers. My job is to look at the big picture. And the key difference in between those is that if you're looking at a population in our constituency that is least able to afford a big increase in fees, those are the guys, the first year law student folks. So, to me, that argues for the purple columns.
The problem that I see with tiered, and I agree with you, Larry, but the problem that I see with tiered is that the more we go tiered, the slower we're going to get to where we need to be, one. But secondly, the more people are going to see it, well, there they go, increasing that fee again. We just had an increase. We're going to have to spoon feed the fact that it's going to be increased gradually. They're going to understand that, but they're going to keep on continuing that the bar is increasing and increasing. I'm kind of in favor more of a flat fee, but I can be convinced.
Oh, David, I'm not sure
you'd
the
have too
flat
much
fee.
pushback on the flat fee. It would just, it really would hit, the people who could least afford it. And, you got to think of the politics of this also. We're not operating in a vacuum.
That's right.
Politics is on two levels. Level one is we ain't getting a subsidy from the legislature, okay? Unless, all of a sudden we have lots of friends there, which I don't think so. And two is, if we go for the flat fee and hit people with these huge increases, it's going to hit the fan big time.
What would be the time period on a tiered increase?
It would apply starting next year. The idea of tiered is that we charge basically out-of-state attorneys more on the assumption that they're able to afford more because by definition, in order to take the attorney's exam, they have to, have been practicing law recently. And that does allow tiering in the general bar exam, but the first year law exam, there are no working attorneys involved in that. That's just law students in, California registered schools and, judges' chambers and law office studies. So tiering, the difference between the two columns for the first year is that we're not recovering all of the costs with the tiered column entries. We're reducing the deficit by basically by half of what it would be if we kept the current fee structure.
The reality is we got to solve this, because if we don't solve this, everything else we talk about is moot.
Well, we probably won't even be meeting to talk about it.
Right.
And so as an example, one of the other places where subsidies can be extracted from already employed attorneys would be like in the Out-of-State Attorney Arbitration Council. The proposal from management was to basically change that fee from $50 to $500, and the same for Pro Hoc Vice. The caveat there being that there may be a statutory or regulatory limit that prevents us from doing that.
Those fees, I know for sure Pro Hoc Vice, it's set in a Supreme Court rule. So we have done all of that legal analysis, and we would petition the court to amend the rule. So wherever we have a current cap or restriction, we'd have to move forward with the requisite amendment. I will say we've had sort of independent of all of this, the Superior Court judge wrote into us recommending we increase that Pro Hoc Vice fee to $500, just thinking it's ridiculously low. And we have taken a look at these fees that are charged in other states. So I think we're on very solid footing to raise them.
As far as market pricing goes, but as far as our actual costs go, we should maybe raise it to $63.
Well, I have a question.
Go ahead, Vince.
In the categories we just talked about, are there enough numbers that in the end it would actually make a difference? Would it actually put a dent in this? Has that kind of speculation been looked at already?
Well, if you look at the bottom of the spreadsheet, Lawrence, are you there? Yep, there we go. So the break-even tiered would reduce the deficit from roughly 9 million to 1.9, 1.85. And whereas the management recommendation would leave it at 4.7 million. So only because the break-even tier doesn't get the full covering of costs for the first year exam, do we have a deficit in the from the tiered group.
Yeah, no, I kind of understand that we're just, at this point, we're just sort of looking into weeds for, little increases here and there. And my own naivete about the entire big budget picture, I don't understand the entire bar budget. And I appreciate what was said about, expenses for the staff. And we need to give COLAs and things like that. But is there any place else in the rest of our budget, given that we're not going to get anything from the legislature, that we can steal from? I know that we're consolidating buildings and things like that. I don't know what kind of dent that makes. And if those kinds of reductions in other parts of the budget can be applicable or transferable to this category.
I was encouraged not to use the word tax, and I guess I'd encourage you not to use the word steal.
Okay, I get it.
I think I would say that with respect to the sale of the building, that will reduce the indirect allocation for facilities costs that is assessed to admissions, particularly because we anticipate reducing our physical footprint quite a bit. Because we are mostly working remotely. So you will see some cost reductions there. I don't think there's anywhere else to borrow or steal money from. But I would say that staff, and I think they brought this up at the last meeting, is also looking on the other side of the equation at potential cost reduction strategies. We talked earlier about going fully remote for the bar exam. We cannot do that right away because of the MBE, but we could potentially have the California portion remote. So I know that the admissions team is looking at, whether or not that would actually save any money to have 1 day in person, 1 day remote. Another possibility is looking at a reduction in the number of sites where the test is administered. All of these, folks brought up political realities earlier. All of these have some political ramifications, but I think it's important that we look at the cost side of the equation as well.
The other thing is talk about context is, Amy talked about it before. The numbers are going down. The boom years are over for California. We lost population last year. Well, we're losing. That means we're also losing the number of lawyers, blah, 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 people applying, people going to law school. And that's a long-term trend.
Larry, you made the remark earlier. I don't know if it was just offhanded, but you said it didn't look like we could last a year. What is our projection on how long this can go? Just status quo, assuming that we can't go fully remote for another couple of years or more.
Well, if we don't make any changes, we're out of money in 6 months, according to this. If you look at the fund balance, I think that's just not an option. And frankly, with all due respect to the folks in management, I think the management recommendation is, spends us down to 0 in a year. So I think we got to look at those two middle ones. And just, at least that buys us some time where we could, then we can, do some, more deliberative planning and who knows, maybe there is a political solution. Maybe, we could work on the legislature. I don't know, et cetera, et cetera.
Larry, do you have a motion proposed? And since you've been on the committee, you've had an opportunity to look at it from the eye of an accountant.
Well, I'm not an accountant.
Well, a money man.
So I tend to look at it from, a sort of a broader thing. Well, I would recommend that we go with column O. CBE program break-even tiered, which is, going to be about 2 million a year, 1.8 million a year deficit, but it buys us 2 years before we got to, and not that we sit around twiddle our thumbs for 2 years, but tomorrow we work on a long-term solution. We start working on a long-term solution. And again, my reasoning for supporting that one over column L is with column L, I think that, the first year law students bear too much of the brunt of the increases under that scenario. And I think that too much impairs our vision or our values of trying to increase diversity in the profession and increase access to the profession. Because you're hitting up the kids, I use that word in quotes, who can least afford it.
If that were a motion, Mr. Chair, are you prepared to accept a second on that?
Yes, but let's make sure everyone's had all their questions answered. Would you be willing to wait for that?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
So any other questions from anyone or comments?
Well, I think I would be in support of that, looking at tiered, but I'm not against even raising the amount that out of state or not, people not in this jurisdiction have to pay. I don't know if that's possible. I know that it was said earlier that raising any category, we'd have to check and see if there was any legislative rules around that. And I don't know if that's an equation that we could figure out right here and now, but in spirit, I would support the tiered, but I'm in agreement with Larry. We go right back and start looking at where can we derive a little bit more income, and can any of these categories be changed to accommodate that?
Well, you may have spotted something there, because if you look at, say, line 69 on the screen there for out-of-state attorney arbitration, management was recommending $500 versus 63, which is the tiered one. You could probably move the $500 or, some of lesser or greater amount into the tiered category. We just need to recognize that, we have to ask somebody else perhaps for permission to be able to do that, but you could certainly recommend it. And that would work for pro hoc vice as well. And then let's see, can you scroll up, Lawrence, so we can see the other places where we might be limited? Okay, those are late fees, so they're not going to get us much.
Paul, may I ask a question, please? And where were we right now? Out-of-state attorney arbitration council? So these
Yeah.
are folks coming in to arbitrate, or it's an arbitrator?
Amy or somebody you want to?
Yeah, they
asking
come
what-
in to serve as counsel, like arbitration counsel.
That seems like a low fee. I mean, I pay a lot
Mhm.
more in other states in order to PHV out there.
Mhm.
Yeah, I would agree with Vince and Paul with respect to that. 63 seems rather low. I think that's something where we could give a reasonable increase to afford that type of.
And-
Lawrence, could you just experimentally change those numbers for us? Thanks.
And Paul, I also want to suggest the foreign legal consultants. They're out of country attorneys that are going to practice their home jurisdiction law in California. So I just want to point that out, that it's not out of state, but they are attorneys that are not licensed in this jurisdiction.
So these could
Changing
be
the number
from-
gets rid of the deficit. According
Well, I mean,
to
these could be
what
like
Lawrence just
attorneys
did.
from Dubai coming in to do work. For
Yeah.
example, on oil, or some folks from, say, China or Japan doing work in some type of high tech. Is that correct?
That's probably more in-house counsel.
Uh-huh.
This sounds like somebody who lives here who maybe just wants to advise people about business in China or somewhere else.
Yeah, so this is, these are attorneys that are licensed outside of the country. They come to California and they can provide counsel in their home jurisdiction. So somebody from Brazil, England. And so they provide, and we vet them by making sure they get insurance, that they do a moral character background check, and they are placed on our website. So they're searchable in the event that any consumer wants to find an attorney from another country. These have been vetted by the California State Bar and they've been vetted by our office.
Okay,
But
Mr.
Amy,
Chair,
isn't a lot of the use, I mean, the ones I've seen, these are folks that are advising like big law firms and corporate litigation. Like, I mean, I don't know. I think we can certainly raise the fees there to the management recommendation.
Mr. Chair,
Vince, go ahead.
I mean, I just, just this past 5 minutes, we've seen where we can make some adjustments. I'm not suggesting that we figure out all that now. And if we do support a motion to accept the column O, the tiered, it's not so much that we accept this particular budget, but to me, it's we agree with the concept of tiered, and then the work group goes back and then figures out all the details and changes it, and then comes back with another proposal at a later point.
Well, I think staff would like us to give our advice today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, I think it's okay to have a general motion or resolution with a direction to continue working on it, just as we've done personally. because I think there are some of these management recs that could be brought over in the spirit of the discussion and the resolution proffered, I think, or seconded by David.
Yeah.
Those two changes that we just made, that Lawrence just made, took us out of the red.
Yeah. But we may want to also look at that PTLS fee. I'm not sure we want to have fees at 56 and 26, just even rounding the number. So I think we could work, Paul, with a general a resolution with a direction to continue working on it.
Okay, yeah, I was, I know staff initially started out just wanting us to sort of talk about high concepts and you would go and apply them, but I was more interested in being more specific, rather than, just giving vague marching orders and waiting to see what came out of the, out of the black box, so to speak. Let me point out, though, that PTLS, that's a program that benefits students. So I wonder if you really want to take much more out of them, or the programs, many of which will be for low income people that would be paying that fee on their behalf.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily suggesting increasing it. I just thought we didn't need to have these odd numbers like 56 and 20. We could go to 60 or 30.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah. We never round down, do we?
Well, I just want to make sure that whatever we pass today doesn't limit us to the, to the numbers here, as long as they can be, rehashed and improved.
Well, I'm sure the board is going to do what the board's going to do, and we're just one opinion.
Sure.
Let me just be clear, though, when we talk about this in a motion, it's scroll up to first year law students exam, Lawrence. So it is it's break even tiered for everything but the first year law students exam. That's a case where we've chosen a number that doesn't break even for that component. So I'm simply pointing that out. We don't want to characterize this as entirely break even. It is the overall budget, I guess, with those changes we just made. So any other questions or comments?
Now, I would just want to reiterate, I mean, I think what we need to come up with is we need to move towards break even as much as we can. And we need to be mindful of our goal to increase access to the profession and therefore minimize the hit on the people who could least afford it, like first year law students and even, non-lawyers, people who just graduated from law school, taking the bar exam. We want to minimize the hit on those people. And, I think that's what it needs to reflect. The thing we didn't also talk about is we raised the fees on the CALs. We raised those pretty substantially.
And the registered schools as well.
Right, and the registered schools as well. And, look, let's face it, they're going to do what everyone does, which is they're going to pass their increases along to their students in the form of increased tuition, frankly. But we did do that also.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else from anyone? Is there a motion then?
I put something together, just as a.
Okay, that's helpful. Can you put it up?
Great, because I can't think of how to say it.
Sure, and I'm using language as a general, in a general approach. So the CBE, that might be very small for you to see. hold on. Let me make this a little bigger. So the CBE recommends a tiered approach, noted as recommendation 2, on that spreadsheet when assessing fee increases. All applications and exams will experience a fee increase. They will be raised to a break-even fee for all applications except for the first-year law student exam, and fees for out-of-state attorneys are increased at a higher rate.
And would that also be raised to break even? Would that also be for a bar exam for recent graduates, or do we need to say that, or?
Well, that's in the tiered column. So it's the break even. How about we recommend the break even tiered approach? I don't know what Rec 2 is.
Oh, I'm referring to the, if you look at the spreadsheet that we just looked at, there were 2 CBE recommendations. Recommendation 1, which was the flat.
Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah, got it.
Okay. So CBE recommends a break even.
Tiered.
Sorry.
That's what it's called.
Tiered approach.
And if you refer to the spreadsheet, that takes care of the first year law student one because it shows the less than break even numbers.
Okay.
Paul, do we need the last 2 after all applications and exams will experience a fee increase? Can we just go period, leave out the last 2, and fee increases will be determined, or fee increases are to be determined? Because as we noted earlier, we still have to take a look at that, aren't we?
Well, yeah, the 50 to 500s are if possibles. Because we may not get the authority to do that.
So maybe like including, but not limited to, that way it gives the staff flexibility to do any kind of exploration on any other fees.
Well, this is just our recommendation. So
Sure.
I don't know if we need to say that, do we? Because if their little tweak is necessary, staff will recommend it and explain it to the board. And
okay, if it's a given, sure. Yeah, I'm fine.
But so what if we simply referred to the columns, whatever they are, for the tiered one, and then we could put in, for instance, the $500 in those 2 places, and that would be our recommendation. Does that make sense to people?
So just leave it with this. This would be the motion.
I would be fine with that if we're still working on the fee increases themselves.
Well, they're going to go out for public comment after the board decides what they want to send out. And then I guess we'll get a report back on how all that went towards the end of our year here. And the expectation is that they'll be adopted to be effective in 2024. Right, Amy?
Yes.
And do we need to say anything about, that we don't want it to disproportionately fall on the shoulders of first-year law students, or, blah, 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 or don't worry about that?
You certainly could. And are we saying our recommendation is mindful of the need to reduce the burden or minimize the additional burden on law students, and especially those who are required to take the first year exam?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the numbers of our recommendation are embodied in the spreadsheet. So we don't need to describe general principles that result in that, because we applied them ourselves to get to that point.
So it's mindful of the
Of minimizing the burden on I don't know, I guess you don't want to, you don't want to say those least able to absorb it. I don't know if you want to say it that way.
On
On law students.
On law student applicants?
Yeah,
Okay.
law student
Yeah.
applicants, yeah,
All right.
And that applies both to the way the general bar exam fees are
Right.
formulated and especially to the first year fees.
right, right. And I'll leave it unsaid that, yeah, we want to sock it to all the high roller out-of-state attorneys, right?
Paul, I'm not
I
sure.
give out high roller.
I'm not sure if you can see in this view. I'd raised my hand because I just wanted to correct one thing.
Sorry.
I want to correct one procedural statement. So the plan is that after this meeting, staff will send a proposal out for public comment, and it'll be the proposal as well as the public comment that will come to the board in May or July.
Oh, okay. So then they would be making up their mind on what next year's fees will be at that time.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, okay.
Do we
Oh.
also need to say that, we should start working on a long-term approach, or we don't need to say that?
Oh, if you want to, sure. This is how we communicate with them.
Yeah, because I mean, I think we can't just like do it and say, okay, now we're done, because this is obviously a problem that's not going to go away. It's only going to get worse. So, yeah, we recommend that I don't know who that the bar immediately start on a long-term finance plan or financial plan or whatever.
So we are, as we talked about a little bit earlier, there are certainly things that the admissions team and finance team have been costing out to try and reduce our costs on a going forward basis. So I think, I think maybe what you're getting at is a recommendation that staff report back to either the full CBE or a CBE work group as we are continuing to develop long-term cost-saving solutions.
Yeah.
So maybe
Is-
that's a
is-
financial and sustainability plan or financial sustainability plan.
Mhm.
Are your studies also looking at the demographic changes, the fact that the numbers are going down?
That gets factored into our forecasting, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, because especially the first year law exam numbers are illustrative of the problem we will face as we have a diminishing applicant pool. The fixed costs are significant, and as they're divided among fewer people, that will be a challenge. And the challenge may be created by something like an alternate to the bar exam, which will reduce the bar exam takers numbers by quite a bit. Any other suggestions to this committee motion here?
Should we vacate the prior and have Larry adopt this?
Well, I don't know that we ever had
Okay.
you were
Second.
sussing out whether you should propose a motion, I thought a few minutes ago.
Larry
Okay.
did, but
Yeah, this looks good to me. What's right there, what's up there now?
Okay, so is that your motion, Larry?
then I will second that motion.
Okay, seconded by
It's a
Torres.
tiered approach. When it says this committee recommendation is mindful of minimizing the burden on law student applicants. The committee recommends staff report back to the committee as they develop long-term financial plan. Yeah, this looks good.
Or report back. There we
Yeah,
go.
right.
All right.
Okay, so I think under Rosenberg's rules, I'm supposed to make sure that everyone understands this motion. Do you still have your hand up, Donna? Okay, I guess not. And does anybody have any questions about this motion? It's on the screen. Okay, Devin, can you take the roll?
Dr. Bolton? Robert Brody?
Yes.
Dr. Cow?
Yes.
Alex Chan? Jim Efting? Kareem Gangora?
Yes.
Judge Guerra? Dolores Heisinger?
Yes.
Larry Kaplan,
Yes.
Alex Lawrence,
Yes.
Esther Lynn, Bethany Peak,
Yes.
Ashley Silva Guzman,
Yes.
Vince Reyes,
Yes.
David Torres,
Yes.
Dr. Wilcoxon, Paul Kramer,
Yes.
back to Dr. Bolton. With 11 yeses and 0 nos, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you all. It's obviously break time. So let's come back at 11:20, and the next item we'll be going to talk about is the testing accommodation rules.
Thank you.
Okay, if we can start gathering. Okay, reopen our meeting. The next item to be considered is under examinations. It's O200, action on revisions to the testing accommodation rules with a recommendation to circulate for a second public comment period. Christina?
Hi there. Thank you. I would like to share my screen to give the committee a visual representation of what is being proposed. And I apologize, I just closed my PowerPoint instead of opening it. Okay, so originally, the State Bar developed a framework aimed at streamlining the process for requesting testing accommodations, limiting the applicant's need to secure additional documentation or testing, relying on proof of past accommodations received on high stakes exams, and limiting additional documentation to that which is reasonable, narrowly tailored to determine the applicant's need for accommodations. The number of required forms was also reduced to minimize the time spent by applicants collecting documentation from different sources. And this framework was sent out for public comment. The committee received back 109 comments, of which are included both in a summary chart and verbatim in your agenda item. 78 commenters disagreed with parts of the proposal. 15 agreed, 14 agreed if modified. And after evaluating these comments, the working group is recommending significant modifications to the proposed rules. The most significant changes are highlighted in the agenda, but I do want to highlight the most important amendments, including the broadening of the approval process. So as originally proposed, the framework created a hierarchy in the approval process based on whether an applicant was granted or denied accommodations on the NPRE. The amended rules propose that the automatic grant process apply whether or not the applicant has sat for the NPRE with or without accommodations. The amended rules also eliminate the 5-year limitation for those with a permanent physical or mental impairment, which aligns the State Bar's approach to that of the LSAC consent decree. A number of the commenters stated the importance of documenting the changes to the testing accommodations process in the rules rather than in the framework. So the working group recommends the framework be eliminated and the amended rules include the concepts from the framework, which include the automatic approval process and the deference given to qualified professional who has conducted an assessment of the applicant. Additionally, the amended rules specify the applicants not subject to the automatic approval process are required to only submit documentation that is reasonable, limited, and narrowly tailored to the information needed to determine the applicant's disability-related functional limitations. And the framework proposed that the appeal process, which is now called a request for review, be transitioned to review by a disability accommodations expert. Its intention was to shorten the timeline for applicants to receive decisions and to ensure requests for accommodations are handled consistently. However, in response to the public comments, the working group now proposes to revert the review process back to the committee with a testing accommodations expert providing a recommendation for the committee's consideration. Also, based on public comments, clarification was added to the amended rules to specify that the request for review is limited to once per exam cycle. It was not the intention to limit an applicant's denied accommodations for one administration to be prohibited from seeking accommodations in future administrations. The amended rules also extend the timeline for applicants to request review from 10 days to 14 days. I do want to mention that comments also suggested that the rules should require that the state bar review and act upon a request for accommodation within 2 weeks. This committee heard public comments on this topic earlier today. The working group continues to believe it's premature to commit to a 2-week time frame until staff rolls out the streamlined process, including the new forms and the qualified professional questionnaire. However, I'm calling out this item now because this agenda recommends the committee take future action by revisiting the timeline after the process has been implemented for 2 exam cycles. Anecdotally, I just want to share with the committee that staff has applied this automatic approval process for the most recent February exam, and staff has been able to process more applicant requests in a shorter time frame. A few other areas that I do want to highlight. The working group is proposing substantial amendments to the rules. And so the rules as listed in attachment F were reorganized to improve the flow, make conforming changes based on the framework, and to include suggestions in simplified language provided by the disability rights organization that provided comments during the public comment period. Additionally, the amended rules were posted on the website, and additional committee feedback pointed out, I'm embarrassed to say, a grammatical error and a cut and paste error that needs to be fixed within the attachment F. The working group continues to recommend the need for documentation to support a request for a private room or a request that would lead to an extension of the 2-day exam to more than 3 days. However, as this committee member pointed out, we were so inadvertently focused on the bar exam and that exam being 2 days that the working group is now recommending the changes to attachment F to revert back to the reference of a request for accommodations not longer than 3 days, but for more than 50% additional time without a visual disability, or more than 100% additional time with a visual disability, requiring a higher level of documentation. And this will account for both the bar exam and the 1-day first-year law students exam. The language as being proposed is still consistent with the report of the best practices panel implementing the LSAC consent decree. If CBE would like, I can show on the screen the changes proposed to attachment F. But before I do that, I want to highlight an additional decision that the CBE is being asked to make today. There was difference of opinion when the working group discussed whether accommodations approved in college or law school for timed exams should be included in the automatic approval process for the bar exam. And the 2 groups recommended different changes to the proposal. And again, the committee heard comments on this topic earlier today during the public comment period. Some of the working group members recommend adding prior accommodations granted in law school for timed exams into the automatic approval process. The other portion of the working group Members felt that the state bar could not be regulators for every college or university, and instead recommends greater deference to college or law school timed exams as originally proposed. The rule proposal has two options for the committee's discussion and consideration today. One that includes the automatic approval process for accommodations approved in law schools on timed exams, and one that adopts the language from the LSAC consent decree, which gives considerable weight to the documentation of past accommodations approved for college or law school exams. And with that overview, I'd like to invite either the working group or the chair or the rest of the committee to speak on their thoughts in open discussion at this time.
Working group folks.
This is Robbie from the working group, and I want to thank Christina for putting an incredible amount of time into this. I approve the staff recommendations, which are largely, based on our feedback. I want to highlight that approving the same accommodations previously granted on high stakes exams is going to be a big plus for applicants with those prior approvals. Eliminating the 5-year time frame is going to make a big difference for applicants with long-standing disabilities. I think the committee has always liked having a hand in these approvals when appeals are necessary. So again, the review is coming back to us. And I think members of the bar and prospective members of the bar welcome what we bring to the table, the 20 or 30 of us. So I'm so happy to see that. And Paul, I think you would be too, because we've always sort of lamented when we've been removed from the the case by case basis, and this brings it back to us, and I think that's great. In terms of the law schools, I have done a 180 on this. When I originally started looking at the public comments, particularly those from law school deans, I was all about giving full credit to law school accommodations granted. But the more I looked at it, the more I saw that there's a disparity in how different law schools do it. We do not have a disparity. We treat all of our applicants equally and apply the same standards. So I have come around to recommending, and what I would recommend to the CBE is that we grant greater deference to law school accommodations, but it's not an absolute grant, that we need to reserve the right to do review if we think it's necessary. Other than that, I think you can see with 104 comments where we're not going to please everybody in every single way, but I think this is a great step in providing fair accommodations consistent with the ADA that ensure equal access to our applicants.
This is Michael. I also was on the working group, and I share Robbie's sentiments. Christina worked very hard, as well as Dolores and Robbie and I. And I think that I think there's been a lot of thought behind the recommendations, and I think the group would like to see what our fellow CBE members' values and thoughts are as well too. Thank you.
I just want to say that I could tell a tremendous amount of work was put into this satellite committee for years, and I just want to extend kudos to the staff and to the committee. I was impressed. Very good work. Thank you for your time and efforts.
I just want to second that. what David said. I attended or sat in rather on a couple of the hearings. And so I was glad when I was reviewing the materials that all of those comments were put in a chart that were very easy to see. I mean, there's no way I could have remembered everything, but I think it goes a long way to showing just how much transparency there is and how much of that input was actually taken up and put into recommendations for this committee. So I really appreciate the staff and the committee for all your hard work and thought going into how we approach this.
Any other questions or comments? I think, Christina, you were going to put up some of the changes for us to look at. Is that correct?
Yes, I would like to put up the attachment F to address the few grammatical errors that I would like to correct prior to making a recommendation for the attachment to go out to public comment. So let me share my screen again.
While you're doing that, I have one question we can start to think about. We set a January 1st deadline to file applications for the February exam, but January, and then there's a provision that right after that that says if the deadline falls on a business day, then it or a day that is not a business day, a holiday in other words, then we extend the deadline to the following first business day. Because January 1st is always a holiday, I think we're stealing some time from ourselves because realistically it's going to be the second, or I don't know if the bar gets the second, the day after New Year's off all the time, then it's the third. And I've always been worried that we don't give ourselves enough time to process these things. I'm willing to wait and see what the how these work out once they're in practice. But it just seems to me to by design take some time from ourselves isn't a good idea. And I was wondering if it wouldn't be better to go to something like January 29th, because that will assure that whenever the January 1st falls on the weekend or in the following Monday, we won't be stealing so much time from ourselves.
So
I think, oh, sorry, Christina.
That's okay. I think we're going to say the same thing. Just the fact that, Paul, I tend to agree with you. I think perhaps we should look at more timelines down the line. But these particular deadlines are statutory, and that's where they come from. Donna, were you going to add something more as well?
Yeah, and it was just a few years ago. It used to be January 15 or June 15. And we went to the legislature and we asked for a little bit more time, and they changed the dates to January 1 and June 1. And so certainly that's a conversation that we can have in the future. I do think, as the chair mentioned, seeing how the new process plays out, I think would be important because I don't want to take any time away from anybody. And so let's, I think we should see how the process plays out before we would propose any further statutory changes to the timeline. And that's the timeline for everybody to apply for the bar exam. The timeline to apply for the bar exam is the timeline also to submit a request for testing accommodations.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. We can wait and see, but we'll see if we need it.
So the first thing that I wanted to just show the committee, I believe you all can see the screen, were just some cleanup items. For example, here in 480A, there was a missing period. Period has been added. A grammatical change on section G, possesses. Missing the word to. Here in 4.82, we switched out the language. The committee felt that the consultant was a little bit too vague, so we went ahead and put in the terminology of disability accommodations expert, which is also defined in our definition section of these rules. There was a copy and paste error. This sentence makes no sense as written, and so this sentence is recommended just to be taken out. I addressed the section here that I'm highlighting in red. We had originally been focused on the bar exam being a 2-day exam and wrote anything more than 3 days would require additional documentation. Here we reverted to our previous language, talking about 50% additional time or 100% additional time with severe visual impairments, because the first year law students exam is a 1-day exam, and the 3-day qualification wouldn't make any sense relating to the first year exam.
And that's the same for the attorney's exam as well.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Paul. And then the exact same language here, which again refers to the 3-day exam, we reverted the language back to the 50% extra time or 100% extra time with severe visual impairments. Those were all the cleanup items that I apologize have been fixed in attachment F, but you are not reflected in your attachment posted on the website.
One other question. I suggested that we needed it would be good to have a definition of individualized assessment, because what's in the way it's kind of defined where it's referred to, but in a vague sort of way. I also recognize it might be difficult to do, but we're trying to distinguish, I believe, between someone who just interviewed a person and based on what the person told them without any other further testing is saying, yeah, they are disabled and they need these accommodations. And we consider that to be, well, less informative than somebody who's given the individual some tests, for instance, about their reading abilities or whatever their disability may be. You know, it will all vary according to the disability, but just somebody who's basically self-reporting on behalf of an applicant really shouldn't be given much any more weight than the applicant's self-report would be given. And so do you folks feel that that's not an issue that we should worry about, or?
I think I highly agree. I heavily agree. I feel like after going through some of these, it's a little confusing, even the way it's written now. So I think clarifying the difference between, like what you said, you know, something that's more neutral based on, you know, maybe tests that they've taken in office or something like that will help clarify for applicants what exactly they're looking for, instead of having to go through the appeal process, hear from us that that's not what we're looking for, and then waste the time to go through it. So if we can figure out a way to add that or clarify that, I think that would help a lot in reducing appeals as well.
So we can certainly take that direction. I think it would be. I expect there are definitions of this term because this is the concept that that we are borrowing from the LSAC consent decree and DOJ guidelines. And so we'll take the direction to add a definition of individualized assessment. I think wordsmithing it here is not going to be particularly effective. But you can certainly adopt the proposal as amended, sort of with the further amendment that we add a definition of individualized assessment.
Okay.
That's great. That is, Paul and Ashley, thank you. That's really well thought out and will be a great addition to these proposals. So thanks, guys. Wow, that's great.
Okay, and then one more question for the group. When we were losing the ability to, or the assignment to consider appeals from the committee, we added Rule 4.92, which just said that we would provide oversight. And we had talked somewhat the last time we spoke about all this, about how that oversight might be accomplished. In light of the fact that appeals are returning to us, I'm wondering, I think it's fine to leave this rule in here, but I'm wondering if we think that we need to do more by way of oversight than develop a sense from our review of the appeals that come to us about things like the consistent applicability of standards and how the process is working. Any thoughts from anyone?
Well, I think, Paul, that hand in hand with that is we need regular training so that all members of the CBE are up on how we apply the standards fairly, how it works, and armed with that so that every member that participates understands what our review is all about. I think we're in good shape. I mean, I want to hear different voices as we have in the past, as long as we're all on the same page, what we do, you know, the same training that goes to the staff should go to us for that review.
Okay, so play it by ear, but it sounds like at present, we're not envisioning having to develop a process as we had spoken before about auditing files, for instance. We could postpone any need to really dig into that work.
Correct.
Part of the work plan. Okay, Donna, do you want to say
Yeah,
something?
so I agree that you could probably postpone the auditing of files because you're largely seeing that with the appeals files that you'd be getting. But I do want to argue to keep the oversight language that's in there because I think that we're talking about a significant change here. We're talking about an incredibly important issue. And I think it's a good idea to make sure that we are presenting the trends to you, that you are seeing some information and data about the automatic approval process and things that wouldn't come to your attention through the appeals process. And I'm certain that you were surprised that this is the position that I'm advocating, but I do really think that we should maintain that oversight process. I think to me, that's right. That's the policy and oversight role that the committee should be carrying out. And so I wouldn't want to lose that.
This is my best poker face. Okay, any other questions or comments? Or are we ready for a motion? Oh, so how does this resolve the law school determinations? Does this say that they're given, what's the word, significant weight, or because there was a and/or you know,
Wasn't
a choice in here.
And/or, Paul, if I make the motion, my motion is going to be for, you know, I guess the second alternative, which is greater deference, I think is how it's phrased, as opposed to a blanket acceptance without any review. Those were
Okay.
the two
And
options.
is that reflected in the language that was presented to us, Christina?
So I put together a couple different versions depending on how the committee foresaw the law school accommodations. What I can show right now is what Robbie is now suggesting. Let me share my screen once more. And it should be in.
So that paragraph D, I think it was, falls out, right?
Correct. 4.83D would fall out. And 4.82D, which is one I am highlighting right here, would be applicable.
And I think that during the course of our discussion, we've used, sometimes we've talked about colleges and law schools and sometimes just law schools. So Robbie, what is your intention? It would include the undergraduate schools?
Yes, the considerable weight standard. Yes, exactly as it appears there. Certainly, I really agonized over this, and for those of you that read the public comments, there was a very thoughtful one signed by a dozen law school deans, urging that we, recognize the time they put into their accommodation policy. It's just that letter was not from all law school deans, and certainly not all law schools, and that's why I moved from, yes, let's defer to the law schools that we value, that educate our students to this considerable weight standard. My guess is that in the majority of cases, we will be able to follow a law school or college prior accommodation, but I just don't want us to be hamstrung and limited to that if there are concerns.
Okay, so this, as shown in the screens, the latest attachment F is the proposal. Does somebody want to make a motion to, well, can you put up the motion?
Absolutely. Let me just switch my screens here. So this would be the motion as Robbie has recommended, with considerable weight going to previously approved accommodations by law schools.
We should say colleges or law schools, I think, but
Yes, and we need to add plus with the addition of a definition of individualized assessment.
yes, thanks.
So I'd like to make this motion because I did spend so much time with staff on this, and I will make the motion as it is being with the modifications listed here on our screen. Paul, do I need to say it out loud, or?
I think our current story is no, correct, Caroline or Jean?
I think, well, it's always good to read out loud for those who are calling in because it helps let them know what you're moving for. But Paul, I think you had decided that you didn't want to have to read them all out loud, and it is in your discretion to decide whether you want to read it aloud or not.
Okay, well, let's not. And I think it's pretty clear from our discussion, we're moving the rules forward as modified this morning, choosing to give considerable weight rather than just to completely accept the accommodations given by colleges or law schools. And it's going to go out for a 45-day public comment with a definition of what an individualized assessment is. Any members have any questions? Or that was Robbie's motion, is that correct?
Yes.
This
Okay,
this is Michael. I'd like to second that motion.
Okay, any questions or further questions or comments? Okay, Carol, Devin, please take the roll.
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Robert Brody,
Yes.
Dr. Cow,
Yes.
Alex Chan, Jim Efting,
Yes.
Kareem Gangora,
No.
Judge Guerra, Dolores Heisinger,
Yes. Yes.
Larry Kaplan,
Yes.
Alex Lawrence,
Yes.
Esther Lynn, Bethany Peak,
Yes.
Ashley Silva Guzman,
Yes.
Vince Reyes,
Yes.
David Torres,
Yes.
Dr. Wilcoxon, Paul Kramer,
Yes.
With 12 yeses and 1 no, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Paul, if you don't mind, before we continue on, there was another suggestion from the working group in regards to following up on the timeline. As public comment has given us some feedback that they would, after some time with the new process of prior approval of accommodations, to review the timeline to see if we can make decisions on a more expedited basis.
Oh, in other words, change the deadlines to be even closer to the exam.
Yeah, essentially, I think what the working group is recommending is that the CBE just come back to the timelines after fully implementing this new approval process, just to see if the timelines can be shifted for decisions being
Yeah,
reached.
and I'm going to correct myself. As I was saying it, I realized, no, what they really want is quicker answers.
Yeah.
And a commitment, I guess. I don't think we could say that the request is deemed approved if we don't get to it after a particular time. But yeah, I think that, does that need to be said in any sort of formal way?
I have up on the screen a motion, if the committee would agree, that will just make it a priority for staff to bring this topic back to the committee within 2 full exam cycles.
Okay, well, let me ask, is that 2 full bar exam cycles, or is that a bar exam in a first year?
Thank you for asking. It would be 2 full bar exam cycles.
So why don't you add the word bar there then? Somebody want to make this motion?
Not sure if this is exactly necessary. I think they're going to do that anyway, but I'll make the motion if we want to be clear. You know, the timelines are probably the most important thing to the applicant. So if we want to formalize the fact that we are going to specifically review those again, I'll make this motion as it appears as attachment 0200 on the screen.
This is Michael. I'll second Robbie's motion.
Any discussion? Okay, Devin, please take the roll.
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Robert Brody,
Yes.
Dr. Cow,
Yes.
Alex Chan, Jim Epting,
Yes.
Kareem Gangora,
Yes.
Judge Guerra, Dolores Heisinger,
Yes.
Larry Kaplan,
Yes.
Alex Lawrence,
Yes.
Esther Lynn, Bethany Peak,
Yes.
Ashley Silva Guzman,
Yes.
Vince Reyes,
Yes.
David Torres,
Yes.
Dr. Wilcoxon, Paul Kramer.
Yes.
With 13 yeses and 0 nos, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you all. Go back to my agenda. Okay, so we're on track on the agenda now. That was item 2A. Let's see. On the Blue Ribbon Commission, that's 0201. I hope this can be brief. The commission put out the report, their draft report for public comment, and the deadline to respond is before our next meeting. So today is our one opportunity to provide comments on behalf of the Committee of Bar Examiners if we desire to do so. I had some thoughts about it, and hold on, I'm trying to find my place. I proposed a motion that was posted, I think, on Wednesday afternoon late. And basically, it's commenting on some aspects of the report. And then I realized after I put it out that I neglected to address one issue. So I'm going to share revised motion here with everyone. Basically, what the Blue Ribbon Commission has recommended is that the bar exam, the California bar exam, be retained as a California product as opposed to using the uniform bar examination that some other states use, but with a narrowing of the topics and an addition of other aspects of practicing for client communications and various other aspects. They were not able to come to a recommendation about an alternative to the bar exam and another pathway that you could use in lieu of taking the bar exam. And Alex Chan filed comments on that. I would recommend them to you to read. And as you heard this morning, at least one other member of the committee, Dean Gardina, agreed with his comments. There's one other aspect that the commission addressed, and that was some way for attorneys in other jurisdictions to be able to join the California bar, be admitted to it without having to take the bar exam, whether that's the 2-day bar exam or the 1-day attorney's bar exam. And the commission discussed the two common ways this has been done in the past in other jurisdictions: reciprocity and comity. Reciprocity is basically Bar A agrees to admit members of Bar B, and Bar B agrees to admit members of Bar A. In other words, it's two-way. Comity is where a bar just says, we're willing to admit members of, say, a particular other bar, however it is they define that group, but they don't have a similar right for their members to be admitted to that other bar that's from which their new admittees are coming. And the report recommended that the Supreme Court adopt some kind of method for allowing other members of other bars to be admitted to our bar, but it wasn't clear after having described the two methods which method it chose. And so let me get this up on the screen. This is the motion that I put in my memo. And then what I realized was after I wrote it and got it published that I forgot to address one aspect. Dean Gardina and perhaps others would like our bar to use an offer of reciprocity to other bars to basically to lever them into agreeing to take as admittees members of our bar who went through either our California accredited law schools or our registered law schools, or maybe the law office study or judicial chambers study programs, and which is something those other jurisdictions may not allow for. So in other words, the carrot to them to allow their members to join our bar would be that they have to open it up to all of our members, not just our members who are graduates from ABA schools. And as I said in my my narrative in my memo, I was not in favor of that. And you're seeing this, by the way?
Yes.
And it's an adequate size?
Yes, it's
okay.
It's big.
So I thought we needed to be clear. I'm proposing that we recommend that the commission be clear that they're recommending reciprocity, or say which method they're recommending, but that we recommend they select reciprocity rather than comity, which would be one way. And then I realized that we probably should weigh in on the question of whether we should be using that as a lever to open up other bars to our, members, who can only, in most cases, become members of our bar and not the other bars. And so here there's a choice. We could say reciprocity should or should not be conditioned on the other bar modifying its educational requirements. As I said, I recommend we say should not, but I just think it's important for us to clarify that particular aspect of the comment as well, and that's why I have this revised language. And then I have us joining in the comments of, or the dissenting comments, they're called in the report of Alex Chan. And by the way, Esther Lynn, who was our other representative on the commission, joined Alex's comments as well. So is that sufficiently muddy or clear? Any questions?
Well, this is Robbie. It's clear. I do disagree. I agree that we should, as the CBE, adopt the report and recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Commission. But, members, that report shows how much they struggled. I don't want to weigh in on this reciprocity issue. I agree that it should be put back to them. They're bringing a lot to the table on this issue, and they've been given a lot of information that we don't have to weigh, and they couldn't do it yet. And Paul, is the Blue Ribbon Commission, is it still going? Is it ready to be disbanded once this report is presented?
Well, they're soliciting public comments, and then, presumably they will consider those and perhaps modify their report.
Well,
So-
my recommendation would be that we support their support exactly as written, and not shoehorn in our own, because I don't think we have the now. I mean, if Alex is here, he can share. I think they got a lot more information to consider than we have. And Donna Herskowitz, are you here?
I am here. I'm sorry, I couldn't find my mute there.
Donna, historically, the bar has always, always been something that we've been known for, is that we don't have reciprocity with other states. Do you have any comments on what that's all about and why that's been such a long-standing practice? I think we're one of the only states, if not the only state, that has such a strict policy.
So it may be a chicken and egg issue, but certainly I know one of the things that has been clear is this very issue of whether other states would provide reciprocity for law students who graduated from California accredited or registered law schools. And being that other states were not generally prepared to do that, that was certainly at least one of the issues involved in there not being reciprocity. But I think the whole point of the conversation happening at the Blue Ribbon Commission was do we want to eliminate the barrier of the bar exam that currently prevents may prevent some qualified lawyers from other states? Do we want to eliminate that barrier? Do we want to say, we're willing to grant you the ability to get admitted on motion, as we like to say, without sitting for the bar exam, if you have a certain number of years in practice in the other state, you are in good standing, you don't need to sit for the bar exam. We want to welcome you into the State Bar of California, right? It was a sort of a way to not so much rely on the history and why have we always done it this way or that way, but rather to say, is it time to eliminate that barrier? The key question that Dean Gardina and now Paul are posing really is, do we do it on the basis of we only provide reciprocity to those states that would allow any or all of California educated law students, California barred attorneys who are educated in California, who would allow them admission on motion in their state? Or do we acknowledge that for many states, they would only do that for attorneys who graduated from ABA law schools? Right, that's the crux of the issue here that's being raised by this particular language.
But the Blue Ribbon Commission is going, well, if we adopt their report, we are directing them to further consider that issue.
Well, we never get to adopt their report. It goes right to the Board of Trustees. We're simply commenting on their draft. My initial point here was to say that they were unclear about something and could they clarify it?
I'll just say one more thing. I was so happy to see that they were adopting the CAPA recommendations for the limiting of subjects for the bar exam, because I was on CAPA, and when I was on CAPA, I would get lots of comments from colleagues and my friends on the CBE. Hey, why don't you do this? Why don't you include contracts? And they were comments that didn't have the benefit of the hours we had spent on CAPA reviewing the surveys and the experts that provided information at our CAPA meeting. So I want to do the same. I want to give the same deference to the Blue Ribbon Commission on this. As I say, my motion, if you'll accept one, would be to accept the Blue Ribbon Commission draft to go out for public comment without an opinion as to, well, as it stands, without the Paul Kramer addition.
Okay, well, there's no need for us to accept their opinion, and we are not authorizing it to go out for public comment. It's already out.
Oh.
This was our, we have a limited role in that. We have our 2 representatives on the commission, and that's it. But otherwise, we're not in the loop. So this was an attempt to put us in the loop on this particular point. I'll just withdraw unless somebody is really interested in doing this. I'll just withdraw this and I'll make the comments in my individual capacity. That's fine with me.
So let me just go back a bit. And I'd like to hear from the committee on this. The point is that Alex and Esther made drafted a dissent with respect to certain issues, and I've had an opportunity to review, and I actually agree with Alex and Esther. But what do we want to do? Do we want to adopt it? Because if we do adopt it, the only effect it's going to have, as I understand, it's just going to go to the Board of Trustees to allow them to consider our dissent when they take a look at the commission's report, and just weigh and ultimately make the final decision. Is that correct?
Well, actually, we're just providing the support of the full committee for Alex's comments.
Correct.
Yeah, we are not in the path from the commission to the Board of Trustees.
I understand. So basically, all we're doing is supporting our members, if that's what we wish, and I think that, in my opinion, is important.
Okay, so would you simply adopt the last paragraph then?
I would. The Committee of Bar Examiners agrees with and joins in the dissenting opinion of Alex Chan.
Me too.
That's a motion. And second,
Okay.
Mr. Bowden.
Second by Brody.
Devin? Are there any further discussion or questions from the committee members?
I had a question about just the comments, the public comments. So obviously they're public, but are they being uploaded somewhere as they come in, or are they waiting till the April 10th deadline and then they'll all be uploaded somewhere? Just because I feel like the public comments would be really helpful in shaping if we do make a motion for anything.
So they are being gathered, but they're not made public right now until until April 10th.
Okay.
And they'll be presented to the commission rather, right?
Correct. The same way that we've done with the testing accommodation comments and the other public comments that we've gathered for our rules revisions.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
And again, Paul, just so that I'm clear, is that next meeting for Blue Ribbon, is that their last?
Not sure. But I think they are to be disbanded, because when they could not come to a recommendation about an alternate pathway, what they basically recommend, or some of them at least in dissent, recommended that the court or the bar create another entity to continue to investigate that. And I think you heard Dean Gardina this morning say that she felt that that shouldn't be the end of that examination, and it should go forward. Okay, with hearing no other questions or comments, Devin, you want to take the roll?
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Robert Brody,
Yes.
Dr. Cow,
Yes.
Alex Chan, Jim Efting,
Yes.
Kareem Gangora, Judge Guerra, Dolores Heisinger,
Yes.
Larry Kaplan,
Yes.
Alex Lawrence,
Yes.
Esther Lynn, Bethany Peak,
Yes.
Ashley Silva Guzman,
No.
Vince Reyes,
Yes.
David Torres,
Yes.
Dr. Wilcoxon, Paul Kramer,
Yes.
back to Kareem Gangora.
No.
With 12 yeses and 2 nos, the motion passes.
Okay, where are we? Action, well, let's see.
Oh, could you stop sharing your screen?
Sure. We are now on to the third item under examinations. But let me ask, would people like to handle one more item or take a break, maybe a 30-minute break for lunch at this point? Hands, anyone care one way or another? Christina,
How long is the next item?
Yeah, Christina, how long do you think this one's going to take?
I actually do not anticipate this agenda item being too long. The committee heard about this item back in January.
And I vote one more than lunch.
All right, don't see anyone else. Okay, so this is 0202, action on revisions to the grading rules, a recommendation to circulate for public comment. Christina?
Thank you. So the agenda item 202 is a summarization of the policies that govern the grading process and details the rules and policies where the working group is recommending changes. The working group reviewed the requirement that in order to practice law, a person must pass the NPRE. However, the committee sets the passing score. The working group discussed California and Utah having the highest score required to pass. Ultimately, though, the working group believes the NPRE is an appropriate measure to ensure public protection and recommends the committee keep the passing score at a scaled score of 86. The committee's attendance policy states that applicants who do not complete all portions of the exam will be considered partial takers. Their exams will not be graded, and these applicants do not appear in the general statistics and are not counted towards their law school's minimum pass rate, referred to as the NPR. The working group reviewed the attendance policy in light of the first-year law students exam being administered remotely and changes possibly to the future of the bar exam. In its current format, the bar exam is being administered in person with 3 questions given in a single session. However, the online first-year law students exam is administered with a single question per session. Statistically, an individual could pass a single session of the online first-year law students exam and still pass the exam. But while it's statistically possible, there's a low probability that this would happen. Additionally, these applicants that fail after missing a session would adversely impact their law school's NPR, their minimal pass rate. And so the working group does not recommend changes to the partial taker definition at this time. The 2 areas the working group does recommend revisions are included as Attachment A, the committee's policy on the reconsideration of exam grades, and Attachment B, which is a State Bar Rule and Business and Professional Code dealing with the return of applicants' exam materials. So relating to the committee's policy on the reconsideration of exam grades, staff was unable to determine the inception of the committee's policy. However, the policy was last brought to the committee back in 2018 when the committee requested staff draft requirements and deadlines for requesting reconsideration. The written policy currently states that the committee will consider requests for reconsideration only when the applicant establishes with documented evidence that an arithmetical error or a clerical error resulted in a failure of an exam from being properly graded. And the committee does not extend reconsideration based on challenges to its grading system or the judgments of its professional graders. The majority of reconsideration requests received by applicants are indeed questioning the committee's grading procedures. For example, the committee uses a 2-phase grading process where applicants that are near the pass line are sent through a second round of grading. And quite often, the applicants question the accuracy of the grades, or they wish to pick and choose which grades should count towards their overall scores. Neither of these claims qualify as an arithmetic or a clerical error. Just a few months ago in January, the working group brought these topics back to the full committee to discuss policy variations regarding timelines for requesting reconsideration after an exam is administered. And since investigation of an applicant's claim of a clerical error typically involves the need to check the contents of the applicant's scratch envelope or paperwork from an exam, the working group recommends requesting reconsideration or requiring requests for reconsideration to be received by the Office of Admissions no later than 2 weeks following the release of results. This timeline would ensure that if additional grading is needed to be done post-exam, that the grading team is still calibrated to grade appropriately using the established standards for that administration. The edited policy on the reconsideration of grades, removing the arithmetical errors, and implementing a suggested 2-week timeframe after the release of results is given to the committee in Attachment A. The second area the working group is recommending changes is written into both a State Bar Rule and the Business and Professional Code. The rule and the code do not match in their timelines for applicants to receive the materials after the release of results. So Rule 4.62 requires materials being returned to applicants within 60 days of the release of results. But the Business and Professional Code 6065 states that materials are given to applicants within 4 months of the release of results, and that the applicant may inspect their exam papers at one of the State Bar offices. 4 years ago, back in 2019, the admissions stopped mailing applicant answers to those that were unsuccessful on the exam, and instead started posting the answers on the AIMS applicant portal so that applicants can access the materials immediately upon the release of exam results. Applicants can view, print, and download their exam results and answers from the applicant portal for up to 30 days after the release of results. After 30 days, the applicant portal is cleared due to space constraints within the system, and in order to make space for the next exam's materials. The working group feels that allowing applicants to print, save, and download their materials immediately upon the release of results is a far better access than the outdated statutory language. And so the working group suggests the State Bar Rule 4.62 to be updated to reflect the current practice of posting the results on the applicant portal for 30 days. And additionally, the Business and Professional Code being updated to align with this same timeline to remove the requirement of expecting exam papers at the State Bar offices and eliminating the second portion of the code to avoid confusion with the applicants thinking that their exam papers have notes or markings on them. And at this point, I again open the discussion either to the working group or to the chair and the full committee for additional discussion.
I'll jump in there. I just have 2 quick things to say. One is I want to add to the list of kudos that we've given to Christina today, because Robbie and I talked a lot, but she did all the work. So, and this stuff is not easy. I know combing through language and cross-referencing with other places, et cetera, is not an easy nor a fun thing to do. So thank you very much for that. I felt when we finished reviewing this, when Robbie and I finished reviewing, I felt like we had really grappled with and partially solved the improvement of processing problem. That's always, I think, a hard one. How best to process all of this, what's the correct timeline, et cetera. And I think we always kept fairness in mind, as well as better customer service. So I agree with all the recommendations, and that's all I have to say.
This is Robbie. I'm just going to heartily agree with those comments and add to the thanks to Dolores too. This was quite a lot of work. I mean, a great task, and I'm really proud that the CBE is part of this process where we're making things easier for applicants and for staff. You know, the highlight here, I think the takeaway is if you have a problem with your score, you must present your concern to the State Bar in a reasonable amount of time after you get your results. You no longer can, a year or 2 or 3 later, can you question your result from the 2020 bar exam. When you get your result, if you have a concern, and we are, we're leaving the door open for a concern that you have, other than that you don't like the way that your exam was graded. And I think Dolores and I were satisfied with our our double blind process, that the scores are accurate. But if your exam somehow didn't get graded or is missing, or there's something else that you need to raise with the bar, you are welcome to do that by writing or emailing the bar with your concern, and then it's going to be reviewed. So again, you know, this was a great project. The Business and Profession Code is being updated from, you know, the old paper mail, snail mailing of things to you have immediate access to your exam online when the results are out. So again, I agree with the staff recommendation here.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, I have one suggested amendment to the language. Christina, could you pop up Rule 4.62, or actually, anyway, it's pretty simple. It says examination answers to the written portion of the examination are returned to applicants. But that's no longer the case. We used to mail them out, but actually what we do is we simply make them available. So I would change are returned to are made available to applicants. And to more accurately reflect what we do and not create an expectation that people can just wait and they will receive them, and therefore be upset when we find out their time to appeal has passed.
Let me pull up.
Tell you what, I'll share mine. It'll be quicker.
Paul, would you say take out the word returned and put provided, are provided to applicants?
Well, are they provide? Well, I would say made available, because they have to take the affirmative step of go in and look on their portal, right?
Well, Christina, I have no problem with that. So just changing that one word, the second line in A, from returned to made available. Paul's right. You actually have to go seek them. They're not just emailed to each unsuccessful applicant. That's correct.
Thank you.
All right. With that, any other thoughts from anyone? So do you want to put up the appropriate motion, Christina?
Sure, I
And
will.
let me stop sharing.
I will share my screen. And would you like me to add in the amendment of made available language?
Isn't there more to it than this? Because we've got rule changes, right?
Yes, so this is one section of the recommendation. So the committee's policy does not have a rule change, or there is not a rule on it. So it's just a committee policy that we would be updating. And then I have a second slide that discusses the rule change in the business and professional code change.
Okay, does everybody see the first slide and understand it? So let's show the second, so maybe we can just take one vote on this.
Absolutely.
Okay, so combining those two together, does anyone wish to make that motion?
This is Robbie. I will make that motion. You know, Dolores and I did.
And I'll second it.
Okay, Devin?
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Robert Brody,
Yes.
Dr. Cow,
Yes.
Alex Chan, Jim Efting,
Yes.
Kareem Gangora,
Yes.
Judge Guerra, Dolores Heisinger,
Yes.
Larry Kaplan, Alex Lawrence,
Yes.
Esther Lynn, Bethany Peak,
Yes.
Ashley Silva Guzman,
Yes.
Vince Reyes,
Yes.
David Torres,
Yes.
Dr. Wilcoxon, Paul Kramer,
Yes.
back to Larry Kaplan. With 12 yeses and 0 nos, the motion passes.
Okay, the lunchtime is in order. Does 25 minutes work for everyone? You could always, I assume nobody's going to try to go out. You can always come back and eat at your desk, and you'll be excused from having your camera active during that time. I'm not seeing anybody with a problem with that. So let's return at 1 p.m. and our next item will be 0301. Okay, we'll get started in 1 minute.
Paul, did you get my message?
No, let me look for it.
I just sent you a text.
Okay, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to read that. Okay, it's 1:02, so let's continue our open session. Next item is 0301. 0300 has been withdrawn. That's 0301 is action on rules revisions regarding the practical training of law students and law office study programs. Recommendation to adopt following the return from public comment. I assume it's Donna taking the lead.
Yes, sir. Excuse me. So I have two versions of my presentation here, the short version and the longer version. I'm going to start with the short version, and if you have any questions, I can obviously go into greater detail. So in October of this past year, the committee recommended sending out for public comment 2 proposals that are both incorporated in this agenda item. And those were proposals to amend the make amendments to the practical training of law students program, as well as to make amendments to the law office study program. And that recommendation was approved by the Board of Trustees, and those proposed amendments were sent out for a 60-day public comment period. I'm going to start with the law office study program, and then I'll talk about the practical training of law students program. So at a very high level, the amendments to the law office study program were intended to modernize the program in line with today's reality and the modern practice of law, and to clarify several program requirements. As I said, the proposal was circulated for 60 days, during which we received 33 public comments. Of those 33 comments, 24 agreed with the proposal, 2 agreed if modified, and 7 disagreed with the proposal. As I set out in the agenda item, the 7 who indicated disagreement with the proposal either did not include an explanation for their disagreement, or provided comments that were not relevant to the proposal as circulated. Attachment F to your agenda item includes a detailed public comment chart, which lists all of the comments verbatim, and also lists the working group's proposed response to those comments. As a result of the comments, those agreeing and the 2 agreeing if modified, the working group is actually recommending 2 small changes to the rules as they were circulated for public comment. First is to provide a little bit more flexibility in how the participants in the program need to complete the required hours. Currently, the rules provide that a participant must complete 18 hours per week over the course of a minimum of 24 weeks and adding up to 432 hours for every 6-month study period in the law office study program. There was a commenter who suggested that we should provide maximum flexibility and we shouldn't track weekly, monthly participation, but rather simply require that somebody completes 432 hours every 6 months. The working group felt like that went a little bit too far, that we really do want to ensure that there is somewhat continuous study of the law going on through this program. However, recognizing that the law office study program is a program that's intended to provide flexibility for non-traditional students, people who may have obligations that stand in their way of routinely attending classes. The working group did want to provide some greater flexibility. And so instead of the current requirement of 18 hours per week over the course of 24 to 26 weeks, the working group is recommending an amendment to the proposal, which is contained in the attachments, that would require 72 hours per month over the course of 6 months. It adds up to the same 432 hours, but gives a little bit of flexibility. If somebody completes, for example, 14 hours in 1 week, but other obligations prevent them from doing 18 hours, we don't want them to lose the credit for that time. They will make up those lost 4 hours sometime over the course of that month and be able to still attain the necessary 72 hours of study per month, adding up to the 432 hours of study per 6-month study session. The second amendment that the working group proposes is pretty technical in nature, and it is seeking to ensure that the timeline for the initial application, as well as the eligibility requirements for the supervisor, the new one shall not be applied retroactively. So the easiest explanation here is the timeline for submitting your application to participate under the current rules in effect today. You have to submit your application within, I think it's 15 days after you've already begun your study program. We changed that in these rules to require you to submit it within 30 days before you started. So by providing this language that would prevent it from being applied retroactively, we're not going to take somebody who met the old rule of submitting their application after they already began, and we're not going to suddenly make them ineligible. So it's just about this other amendment is just about making sure that we are not upending somebody's expectations that have previously been approved. And so that's what we're suggesting for the law office study program. Before I move on to the practical training of law student program, but I actually intend to spend just a moment on that, I should probably defer to David Torres and Larry Kaplan, who were the CBE working group members who assisted on this item, and see if there's anything you want to add or any questions that the committee has at this time.
No, I want to thank you for everything you did. I think that you covered everything adequately, Donna.
One question, Donna.
Mm-hmm.
You say you want it to be within 30 days of the start. Do you actually use the word within in the regulation?
I think we say after. I think we say before. I'm sorry, before.
30 days before. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, we're trying to clear up that inconsistency, so we say before.
Okay. And is this the program for which if somebody is denied participation, they get a refund of their fees? Or is that PTLS?
It may be PTLS, but it's not law office study, I don't believe, where they're denied.
Okay. In any event, I wonder if we should be doing that, and especially if we spent significant staff time on, the review of the application in light of our budgetary issues.
I think that issue is covered in another committee, Paul. I think that one's covered with Tammy, because I'm on that committee as well.
Oh, okay.
And yes, we agree with you.
So then if there are no other questions on that, on the PTLS program, the amendments that were proposed that this committee put out for public comment are intended to make the program more broadly accessible, to eliminate unnecessary barriers to participation, and to clarify procedural requirements. After the 60-day public comment period, we received 24, or as part of the 60-day public comment period, we received 24 comments, 16 in agreement, 5 agreeing if modified, and 6 disagreeing. The public comment chart is attached as attachment E to your agenda item, and that lays out the 24 comments we received, the rationales that were provided, and the working group's proposed response to any recommendations for change. As a result of reviewing all of the comments and discussing the issues that were raised in the comments, the working group does not recommend any further changes to the PTLS proposal as circulated for public comment. And with that, I will again turn it over to David and Larry, and then the rest of the committee.
I don't have any further comment. I think everything was covered. Thank you, Donna.
Anyone else with questions? Donna, I noticed that among the different types of practicing that were listed, client consent was required for all of them except for negotiating on behalf of a client, which seemed odd to me.
I would need to go back and I need to go back and take a look at that. I apologize. I don't have that off the top of my head, or whether that's in the rule of court or in the state bar rule.
Yeah, I've forgotten where I was reading through them. I did, unfortunately, when I wrote down my question, I didn't notate where it was. I'm not a big believer in footnotes.
I move that the committee adopt the recommendations, all 3 recommendations that are listed on page 10 of the
Well, if somebody could put that up, but I guess I'd like an answer to the question about whether client consent is required for negotiating, as it is for appearing in court and other functions that these law students might be engaging in.
So I'm looking at rule 9.42 of the rules of court, which delineates the responsibilities or the permitted activities for students in the practical training of law students program. Subject to all applicable rules and regulations, a certified law student may negotiate for and on behalf of a client, subject to the final approval by the supervising attorney, or give legal advice to the client, provided that the certified law student obtains approval from the attorney, obtains approval from the attorney regarding the advice to be given, and performs the activity under the general supervision of the attorney. So it's the appearing in a deposition that specifically requires you to obtain a signed consent form from the client on whose behalf the certified law student is acting. So appearance in a trial or a deposition. So it's the appearances that require the consent, but not the negotiating for or on behalf of a client subject to the final approval of the supervising attorney or giving legal advice. So that's the way the rule of court is laid out.
And that's the existing rule?
Yes.
Pretty much. Okay, well, it seems to me that's a gap, but it's not one I'm going to worry about.
I don't actually think so, because even if there is a negotiation, the attorney cannot enter a plea or engage in that
No, they could give away the store
conversation
though.
unless their client gives them the final blessing. That's it. I think that that's
Okay,
proper.
so, all right. Do we have a motion we can put on the screen for everyone to see?
There is in the agenda item. I can pull.
We
that
had
up.
been in the practice of having these all queued up. Is that
Yeah, no,
something
that's
we-
on me. That's totally on me.
Okay,
If I could start reading it while she does that, it's the move. There are 3 items, and I asked that we move them all 3. That the Committee of Bar Examiners recommend the Board of Trustees adopt the proposed rules regarding the practical training of law students program set forth in attachments A, B, and D. The second, asking the Board of Trustees to adopt a proposed rule regarding law office study program set forth in attachments C and D. And the third one is recommending that the Board of Trustees direct staff to transmit the revised rules of the Supreme Court for review and approval.
And you should all have those in front of you now on the screen.
yep, okay. Is there a second?
This is Robbie. I'll second.
Thank you. Does everyone understand the motion? Or have any questions? Okay, sounds like they do. So Devin?
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Robert Brody,
Yes.
Dr. Cow,
Yes.
Alex Chan, Jim Efting,
Yes.
Kareem Gangora,
Yes.
Judge Guerra, Dolores Heisinger,
Yes.
Larry Kaplan,
Yes.
Alex Lawrence,
Yes.
Esther Lynn, Bethany Peak, Ashley Silva Guzman,
Yes.
Vince Reyes,
Yes.
David Torres,
Yes.
Dr. Will Coxon, Paul Kramer,
Yes.
with 12 yeses and 0 nos, the motion passes.
Okay, the next item, well, that's it for operations and management. So we're on to educational standards. The first is administrative updates from our accredited and unaccredited law schools, attachment 0400. Natalie?
Thanks, Paul. The administrative updates are set forth in the agenda for your reference. They note a new interim registrar at People's College of Law. They note the successful completion of the last piece of Pacific Coast University School of Law's move to a new smaller suite downstairs in its office. We conducted a video tour. That move is fully complete and was completed without technical issues. They also provided the milestone pieces that the committee directed related to their transition from being a fixed facility school to being a distance school, and that distance program will launch in fall. I also want to update you on something important that we brought up last month. Pacific West, they did not pay their annual fee or file their annual report as of the last meeting. They advised that they would file the annual report at the end of this month. They were encouraged to do so as soon as possible back in January, and we will alert you next month as to the status of that so you can determine the correct course of action. They have not provided the report, but they've indicated that they do wish to continue. They may wish to move to change their status, and the committee will have an opportunity to discuss should they file that motion.
Okay, any questions about that? Okay, let's move on to 0401, action on a major change request, or major change rather, of the voluntary closure of Glendale University College of Law. Is Jim Efting going to present that, or you, Natalie?
I have just a question before we start. I know that Dean Greitzer was planning to attend, and I saw him earlier on the audience attendance list. I cannot see all the names. Okay, I do see him here. So in just a moment, we'll recognize him as well. But Jim, I'll defer to you and then join in when you tell me.
Should we elevate him to panelist though, so he's ready?
That would be fine. Dean Greitzer, we're going to unmute you and we'll advise when it is the opportunity for the school to give public comment. Thank
Okay,
you.
so I'll go take a shot at this. So my understanding.
No, hold on. You're going to get 5 minutes to provide comments after the staff analysis is presented.
Okay. There's Natalie.
Oh, that was Jim, Paul. Jim just wanted to start briefly before I did.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jim. I thought I saw Dean Greitzer pop up. Go ahead and say what you need to say.
Okay, well, I'll take my first shot at this. My understanding is that Glendale University is in the process of shutting down, and they basically gave notice to the state bar fairly recently of that fact. It was somewhat of a surprise, I believe, to staff. Staff had a number of questions they sent out to Glendale asking for more information about what their plans were with respect to shutting down. I believe just a couple of days ago on the 21st, and as I think it's an exhibit, we got a letter from Glendale explaining a little bit about their plan and letters that they had sent out to their staff, or sorry, to their students, which I guess we want to hear from the dean about what's happening with those letters, because we heard about this a couple of days ago. In particular, I'm not sure that any particular action is required at this time other than to monitor what's going on, but I may be wrong on that. Natalie, is there something we need to do at this time?
Not at this time. It is correct that the school has been in good standing in terms of NPR. It's usually one of the top 3 schools every year that it's been reporting. The school's been operating for over 50 years, 2 generations of the family. So it was the school's personal choice to make this change. We were surprised. The students were actually informed before the state bar. They found out via memorandum on a Friday. We found out on a Monday. It did take some time to get the materials from the school. At this point, we have received the communications that have been sent to the students. They're set forth in the agenda item. And just briefly, the 3rd and 4th years will be able to complete their education fully at the school. The 2nd years will transfer after completing their 2nd year, having earned their exemption from the 1st year law students exam. And then the 1st year students have 2 choices. One is to complete their 1st year. The other is something that is not required, but the law school voluntarily decided to do it, which is to provide a full refund to students who do not wish to complete their 1st year at the school, so long as they sign a letter of intent and release, and they'll have until March 30 to decide that. So their spring term began on the 6th. They will be able to start their classes. They received their grades on the 17th, and they'll have until the 30th to decide if they want to elect the refund or go forward. But we had a number of other outstanding questions. On Tuesday, we did receive responses to nearly all of them. Only one question remains, which may be too technical for this forum, but it seems that one of the 3L classes will not be offered. So we want to just confirm that there will still be the full complement of verified academic engagement and credit hours for those 3Ls so that they can properly earn an accredited JD degree, or if they decide to transfer to an unaccredited school, that they're aware of whether they will have earned enough hours during this year to claim a full year of credit in that transfer, because the rules are somewhat different. So we provided this to you for information. We thought we might need some help getting the responses, but that help came in the form of a very clear response from Dean Greitzer, who joins us here today. So that's what I have to share. And Paul, I believe it would be appropriate to recognize Dean Greitzer.
Natalie, one item that you and I talked about, I think was important, is that they've expressed their plan, but they've reserved their right to modify their plan. So I think it's important that we keep a close eye on what's going on and make sure that things go along the way they appear to be going, and that the students are protected.
Yes, and we do generally check in with schools along the way as that happens to make sure that things go as they intend. or if there is an appropriate change based on the circumstances, that that everyone is notified appropriately. I think that you may be referring to, and the committee can look and see, it is up in the materials. There's a reservation of rights clause. So the format is very detailed, but the school reserves the right to make changes. And the school has indicated that they will provide us with notice of the changes. And I indicated that the committee's preference would be advance notice in case there is advice or support that the committee would need to give in order to protect the students and to help the school effectuate an orderly closure. We'll also be preparing for you some requests that were part of the school's response related to what will be expected in terms of annual reporting or other oversight, as well as a potential waiver request for the students who may or may not have classes in good standing in their quarter system. And it's not briefed for discussion today, but just quickly, because of their quarter system, it's possible that a student might have a year course where they don't have passing grades in all quarters, and that would make it impossible to transfer the year. That's the way that things are normally handled. You can decide if something is appropriate that is different in this case when it is briefed to share. At this point, shall we recognize Dean Greitzer?
Well, just one question for you and Jim first.
Sure.
So it sounds like you don't have any specific topics you need Dean Greitzer to address today. Is that correct?
Only that initial question at this point regarding the third-year courses. He may have the answer off the top of his head, in which case he can share it, but I would also ask that he share it in writing so that I may share it with the eligibility team, just to make sure that we have fully informed students.
Okay. Dean Greitzer, our policy is to give you, as a school representative, 5 minutes rather than the 3 minutes for comment that we give to the public. So go ahead. And Viviana, you'll.
Can you hear me?
Yes, maybe speak up just a little.
Sure, happy to speak up.
Perfect.
I appreciate the time. My primary purpose of being here is to answer questions that you may have. I have very brief comments. My name is Darren Greitzer. I've been at the school now for 26 years. We offer only a 4-year evening program, no full-time program. The only degree we offer is the Juris Doctor degree. We've pretty much do one thing and one thing only. And the school has achieved a high level of academic success, as mentioned by Ms. Leonard, and we take pride in that. My being before you it's not a happy occasion. Most of the time when someone appears before the committee of bar examiners, it's explaining because something went south in accreditation terms. This is a more profound moment. The decision to engage in a teach out and eventually close began in December of 2022. Is a recent decision. And a determination was made that the school could no longer continue and maintain the academic standards that we do without generating certificate programs, alternative degree programs, or lowering academic standards. The visibility for success, unfortunately, is poor. So February 24th, the school made an announcement to students and faculty of the decision. In all likelihood, you won't have time to review the details. The announcement was very detailed. There was one announcement sent to 4th-year students, one announcement to 3rd-year students, another to second, and the most complex to first-year students. The announcement for fourth years is basic. You will finish your last quarter and earn your Juris Doctor degree as any student graduating from Glendale would. The announcement for third-year students provides that third-year students will complete the identical curriculum that they would have completed before the announcement and will earn their JDs. The reference that Ms. Leonard made to a third-year course is not accurate. It's actually a second-year course, which changes the basis of that inquiry, and that will be responded to in writing. The second-year students have this one course dropped from the spring quarter in acknowledgement that they need to concentrate on finishing two major courses, civil procedure and real property, and a lesser course, professional responsibility, and prepare applications and look for law schools because they will not be enrolled in the summer. The first year students were given an option. We did not have to offer a refund of GUCL tuition and GUCL fees, but we believed it was the right thing to do. So first year students may receive a refund or they may complete the first year and transfer at that point. The conviction of the Glendale is this is a very fair, generous, and detailed plan for the students. I think my final comment would be staff at the Committee of Bar Examiners has been kept well informed. One of the challenges with staff's request is these requests were being made at a time when the school was just announcing its teach out and was visiting with students. The requests were being made at the beginning of the spring quarter because Glendale University College of Law is remaining operational. And the requests were being made in the second week of the quarter when grades were being finalized, transcripts updated, and all that stuff. So Glendale has kept the committee and staff informed very responsibly. A concern regarding staff, and this will be memorialized in a follow-up email. Their communications have given rise to some unfortunate implied accusations of the school's wrongdoing. And I'm making the committee aware of it so that the committee remains informed. The second final comment is Glendale has requested a refund of the $22,000 that the committee has received over a 5-year period that is specifically allocated to committee costs associated with a 5-year annual inspection. The 5-year annual inspection is now moot, and the school respectfully requests return of the $22,000. Council has been consulted with all the letters, thus the reservation of rights by council and the release and settlement agreement by council. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. And I'm sure after all this is over, if you have any thoughts about, for instance, the market forces that have caused you to make this decision, if you wanted to send a letter to the committee, I think we'd all be curious to learn about that, you know, because anything we can understand about the real world helps us do our jobs better. So Natalie, is there any particular motion we need to make today?
No, there's not any particular motion.
His request for a refund of monies, is that going to be addressed in some way?
Yeah, so that was received after the agenda was posted, but it'll be briefed for a future agenda, probably April,
Okay, thanks. All right,
along
so-
with the other requests as well.
Okay, no motion is required. Does anyone have any comments before we move on to the next item or questions? Okay, hearing none. The last ed standards item is the review of probation progress report from People's College of Law. That's 0402.
How should I recuse myself?
We have two recusals.
Yes, we have two members that want to recuse themselves, Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Kaplan. Council, is it enough that they turn off their screens?
I think they're
mute
gonna
themselves?
log out and we're gonna email them when it's time to come back. I think
Okay,
that's.
is it necessary to go to that degree?
It is, Paul, because they're not going to participate in the discussion or the voting. And so for the record, I'm advising that they are recusing themselves from the discussion and vote due to a personal conflict or the appearance of a personal conflict. And so they will be invited back once the discussion is over. And this is actually not even agendized for an action item today, but they will come back after this item is complete.
Okay, I would have thought it's enough for them to turn off their screen and mute themselves and not say anything, but whatever. Let's see. Jim, are you going to be leading this one?
I don't think very long because I'm going to let Natalie do it. I think we all are familiar with People College, and they were before us fairly recently with some significant issues, and we had some significant concerns. They were on probation, and I think staff has had some issues with their compliance or failure to comply with a number of the requirements. Ultimately, we may decide some actions required today, but mainly I think we've got to let staff explain to us what's going on and why we are concerned still.
Okay, and
Natalie, can I throw it to you?
Do we have a participant we need to elevate to be able to speak to us?
We do. I believe we have People's Counsel, Ira Spiro, who is also the Dean Emeritus. When we recognize him, he can let us know if any additional team members have also joined him.
Okay, Mr. Spiro, is there anyone else we should be inviting to this discussion?
Yes, there is. Our Dean, Edith Pomposo, I think she is probably on.
Yes, I am here.
Oh,
Okay.
great. Thank you.
So go ahead, Natalie.
Okay, so in December, the committee placed People's College of Law on probation. As part of that order, the committee planned to next review the status in October, but recently on March 1st, the school sent a letter requesting clarification of the committee's compliance concerns, as well as the actions that the school was required to take. So this is back before you at the school's request, and because some time has passed and some progress has been made and some concerns have been observed, we've updated the materials to include the events of the last 3 months as well. So the proposed format to inform the school is attachment E. This takes the initial inspection report and all of the recommendations of the inspection report, which is what the committee asked the school to use as their model. And it provides an update as to what the school has completed and what it still needs to complete related to this. And when reviewing their compliance, I would urge you to consider the school's progress in this context. The committee is monitoring the school for sustained compliance because it has had a pattern over 3 inspection periods, a 10-year period, of having a large number of recommendations to deal with, addressing them promptly, but then having them or similar issues recur. At this point, we are slightly more than 3 years past that inspection. So the results you see today are the results that the school has been able to achieve after 3 years of input and effort. In particular, one thing that we uncovered at this time was that we have concerns about the law school's practices related to the Rule 4.241 disclosures. This is the most basic disclosure that all unaccredited law schools must perform. They provide it to the school, to the student before each term and before they pay, so that they can understand the status of the school. These disclosures become tremendously more important when a school is going through a compliance event, so that the students truly understand the status of the school. We do not have all of the data we'd like to have to understand the compliance, but from what we do have, we do not believe that the school is following all of the elements. And this particular element is so important to the legislature that when it is not followed for a particular student, the student may be eligible for a refund. When it is not followed, the remedy is listed by the legislature as termination of registration. So that's noted in the item, it's noted in the attachment, and it's noted in the motion. And I'd be happy to answer any other questions about details either before or after the school's public comment. I think you might be muted, Paul.
What is it you're looking for from us today? Any sort of motion or feedback or what? You're muted.
Now it's my turn to be muted. There is a proposed motion whose purpose is to try to address the school's concern in the letter of the current compliance status and the actions that the committee wishes the school to take. It also raises the concern that we saw regarding the 4.241 disclosures, putting the school on notice that they must demonstrate compliance, or the committee may act up to and including termination of registration. And I think that one thing to be thinking about in particular is that for many of these items, I think it will be important in the midst of the probation to have clear timelines, clear estimates from the school and the committee to be able to comment on those if they have any concerns about those timelines too.
Okay. Yeah, that motion is starts at page 6 of the staff, well, of the attachment. 6 of the PDF file, yes.
Yes.
So with that, we will hear from the school. Dean Spiro, we normally give 5 minutes to, in total to the representatives of the school. Do you need more time than that?
We might, not much more though. It's
Okay.
Steve Pomposo who will start.
Okay, so between the two of you, well, we'll allow a little extra time if necessary, but we'll put up the 5-minute timer to start.
Okay.
And Paul, to set expectations, would be appropriate to let them know the amount of time they'll have in total.
We're going to start with 5 minutes in total, and I'll give them a little bit more if they need it. Well, we don't, the last time Dean Spiro and Pomposo, we ended up engaging in an extended dialogue, and you folks chimed in as we were considering motions, and that is not our normal process, and we'd like to avoid that today.
Understood. Thank you.
So go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Dean Pomposo speaking. So I would like to address the first 2 items in the report. One of them is in regards to the concerns regarding the process for seeking accommodations. And I just wanted to remind the community or bring to the committee's attention that we have a very detailed process for attaining those accommodations. And they appear on page 38, 39, and 40 of the PCL handbook. It's a policy that we've had now for many, many years. So in the, there are a couple points just to pull it up here from the handbook. In paragraph 2, a student who has a disability must submit a written request for accommodations to the PCL administrator. And it goes on to further state that the request must be accompanied by a statement from a physician or other qualified professional. So this process and procedure is very, very detailed, and it has been such for many years. Furthermore, it also, and it's very detailed, it's about 3 pages long. It is also in the enrollment agreement. In the first paragraph states, please read the handbook and acknowledge the handbook. And so all of this information is in the student handbook. And so I just wanted to make that point clear. Yes, and even to make it even more simplistic, we are in the process of updating our website, which will have a step-by-step process that is above and beyond what the compliance calls for. But we are trying our best to really deliver a quality education here for our students. The second item I wanted to mention also is that I touch upon, when I create the progress reports, I touch upon all 18 points as in our original non-compliance letter, which was of the summer of 2022. So I am happy to address anything that I have not addressed, and or work with Natalie to touch upon those points. But now former Dean Spiro will speak.
Yes, from time to time, I speak as volunteer attorney for our law school, and this is one of those times. I was also the dean for a little over 4 years, ending in August of 2021. Ms. Leonard just emphasized to you the disclosure rule 4.241, and in connection with that, she mentioned refunds. The staff report on People's College of Law on the subject of refunds urges the committee, I'm afraid to say, no, I have to say, to violate its own rule, Rule 2.241, enacted by the committee some years ago, and thus to do something unlawful. That is what this report is urging you to do. Let me explain. At the bottom of page 4, the staff report states, People's College of Law must document whether it, 1, distributed a compliant disclosure prior to the student's first payment of each quarter, and 2, returned a signed copy of the disclosure to the student. And it goes on, if not, the school must issue a refund to each student for each quarter the school failed to comply. That is, the report states that if a student did not sign the disclosure, the student gets a refund. But requiring a refund on the grounds that the student did not sign the disclosure violates the committee's own Rule 4.241, the rule governing this disclosure. Make it more detailed right now. What does Rule 4.241 say? Well, the staff report quotes it near the middle of page 3. On the subject of refunds, paragraph E of the rule says, quote, a law school that does not comply with this rule must refund all fees, including tuition, paid by a student who did not receive the disclosure statement. It does not say that there can be a refund on the grounds that the student did not sign the disclosure statement. Rather, it says that the school must refund if the school didn't receive the disclosure statement. Now, it certainly is true that if a student didn't sign the disclosure, that is an instance of noncompliance. And the committee certainly can and should require the school to comply. But there's a big, big difference between requiring the school to comply and requiring the school to make a refund. Refunding is so much more drastic. The entire income of most schools, including People's College of Law, is nearly entirely tuition. And bear in mind that these refunds that the staff is suggesting are refunds for courses the students actually took. Now, I'm done in a second. In a Zoom meeting on February 13th of this year, which is mentioned in the staff report, a Zoom meeting I attended and Dean Pomposo attended with Ms. Leonard and State Bar Counsel. I read the paragraph E of the rule that I just read to you all. And I pointed out that it does not provide for refunds on the ground that a student did not sign. Only the grounds that the student did not receive. Ms. Leonard and staff and Bar Counsel did not reply to that statement. And it is very disturbing that although the staff report specifically mentions this February 13 meeting, the entire report states not a word to alert the committee that this is an issue, receive versus sign, nothing. That's just wrong. And I trust this committee will not impose refunds for not signing. I trust this committee won't violate its own rule. And I do trust that. All right, thank you.
Do we have a comment from council? I'm looking at B&P code 6061, and it seems to say that the school does not comply, it'll make a refund. So I'm not sure if Dean Spiro is arguing or suggesting that our own rule is inconsistent with the statute, or
May I address that?
briefly, please.
I interrupted you, sorry.
Go ahead, briefly.
Yeah, it does say, I'm looking at the business professional code, it does say that if the school does not comply with these requirements, it shall make a full refund. But the requirements don't say when the school has to give the disclosure, or when anybody has to sign the disclosure, except that it has to be after. This is on the very top of the statute. It has to be after the payment of an application fee and before payment of a registration fee. And our school has no registration fee. So under the statute, there's no grounds for refund at all because it doesn't specify when you have to do any of these things.
Okay, well, I think staff is also saying that you don't have, or you cannot provide all the disclosure forms, signed disclosure forms to us. Is that correct?
I think that's correct, but, oh, you're asking Natalie?
Oh, yeah, I think so. So,
Okay, all right, what do you propose as an avenue to resolve all this?
couple of things, and I'd welcome participation from council. Just briefly regarding the 4.241, the portion that Dean Spiro read, my recollection of the meeting is slightly different. We indicated that we believe that that portion E refers back to portion C, in which it's referencing a signed disclosure that's considered to be a receipt if you read the wording of the statute. But before we get there, I think a prior concern is this: we've been corresponding with the schools since December. They've provided a large amount of information, but not the specific information that we need to determine compliance. If you look on your attachments, there was one that was attached late yesterday, so you may not have seen it yet, but it's a cut from the spreadsheet that they provided, and it's difficult to understand. So at this point, after communicating with the schools since the beginning of December, they have not provided evidence as to when or whether the disclosures were sent. In some cases, they say that disclosures were returned before they were sent, possibly months after they were sent, that winter was returned before fall, etc. We can go through the spreadsheet if it's helpful. The school's response indicates that they've provided the information over and over. They have provided a lot of information, but it hasn't been responsive to demonstrate compliance with this rule and statute. And so at some point, the committee may query how long can a school have to meet its burden to demonstrate compliance. Under 9.1, there is a record keeping requirement. The school made a large investment in 2020 in a Populi learning and student management system to be able to take better care of its records, and has made many strides in that regard. At this point, they should literally, within minutes or just when students enrolled, indicate whether or not they received these disclosures, when they did, and when they were signed. And it's a concern if the school has not done so in this amount of time. So it may be appropriate to discuss what is the school's intent and capacity to comply in this regard, not only with 4.241, but with the ability to keep proper records. And Jean, I don't know if you would have anything to add.
I think you covered it. If you have a specific question, I'm happy to weigh in.
Not specifically, but here it is a large amount of time, a lot of conversation, but we need the school to be able to demonstrate compliance or to take action if it does not. And then also sometimes things are just concerning. The school did take an action to create a new proposal and a new plan effective January that they indicated would ensure that all of the requirements would be followed, but then their own data indicates that a large number were not. So we're just confused and we remain curious. And we've not really encountered something like this before from any other school. So we seek guidance in a novel situation.
Natalie, one of our concerns in part is proof that the students actually got these disclosures. Isn't that correct? And the reason we want signatures is proof that they actually got them.
That's correct. We did get a copy on the 15th of February of a portion of the disclosure text. The school sent it to indicate that it showed that the notice of noncompliance portion of the disclosure was in there, but we don't know when that was sent, whether it was sent, to whom it was sent. So piece at a time, we don't have those pieces. The data that we provided shows that about half of the students have not signed for at least one semester. And we're very confused by the dates that are listed for signatures, but we don't know it was given out. We don't understand the signing dates, and we are not certain why at 3 months this has not been provided.
And my saying is, what staff is saying is, we want it clear to people's college that we have not got what we want, that we want them to comply with those requirements. And next time we're having a meeting, we want to be able to report back to the committee that all those requirements have been met. That's what we're looking for today, isn't it?
Correct. And and at this point, what we would need is evidence that we can show to the committee. So rather than an attestation that it was delivered on a particular day, instead, for example, the receipts from the learning management system or other types of receipts. And at this point, there is a concern after this amount of time, whether those records are contemporaneous or not, why they haven't been provided, but we just don't know.
Am I able to interject? This is Dean Pomposo.
Really, we shouldn't have them at this point in time. This is really a committee discussion, I think,
Oh,
Paul.
sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
I mean, the school should have an opportunity to respond in writing to Natalie when we're done.
Okay.
My thoughts.
So it
I would refer the
sounds-
school back to the rule and statute itself if they have confusion with what has been requested, what's been requested is for them to provide evidence of the status of compliance with each element of the rule and the statute.
Okay, so this needs to come back to us at our next meeting. Is that what I'm hearing with?
But we have motions, I think, today on page, is it 5 or 6? On page
Right.
6.
Page 6.
On page 6, and it sounds like it may be appropriate, the committee is asking for this evidence to be shared at the April meeting.
Well, no, I think it sounds like we should consider the proposed motion today, but then you're going to need to get back to us. Actually, that's a part of the motion, is to provide an update. Oh, no, that's for the school too. Yeah.
Okay,
But
and I
I think
apologize, in that last paragraph, where it says rule 2.241, I apologize, that should say 4.241. And right now, attachment E urges the school to provide their compliance as to 4.241 and Business and Professions Code 6061 by April 1st. I know that sounds very soon, but this should be something that the school should be able to produce rapidly with a student body of 21 students and an electronic record keeping system. So we do believe that that is a reasonable amount of time. And that's the recommendation that has been made across all of the items on attachment E. And in the event that they cannot, that they would provide a detailed timeline instead.
Okay, and is it the case, we have the school on probation, which is something I know I insisted on in December, which in effect means we do not have to go back through the full compliance process of giving them a notice that, we think there's a problem. They come in, then we give them another notice. So if the committee were to continue to be dissatisfied with their state of compliance, we could take very quick action to terminate the registration, correct?
This is correct. This was flagged and it was a specific recommendation in the inspection report. They have attested each year that they are fully complying with this requirement in their annual report. And it's been discussed here, and the school has had approximately 3 months to demonstrate compliance.
So Paul, I know I said the school should not jump in here, but I think on the sole issue of April 1st being the production date, it might be helpful to see if the school thinks that's totally impossible, if they have another recommendation date. Other than that, I think we ought to hear the motion.
I agree. Dean Pomposo, right? Sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a bit perplexed because there is an.
And the only thing she'd be speaking about is the date of compliance, not arguing the motion here.
Oh, sure. The date of compliance, let's do May 1st for the disclosures, correct? The information that Natalie wanted, and that is the issue of I've attached the Excel sheet. I've attached the Excel sheet, Natalie, that we discussed, and you provided as you've been requesting information, I have been updating the Excel sheet. I've provided the actual Dropbox with all the enrollment forms and ledgers of payment as you requested. So I don't want the committee to think that we're not complying. So I think it's an issue of clarity, specifically what else is missing, as I addressed in the report. But I'm happy. I agree with Natalie. We have the information. It's readily available, but just to make sure to give us a time to fully understand, and so that we could be on the same page as to what else the committee is looking for, I would suggest a few more weeks, May 1st.
That's after the next meeting.
Oh, I'm open to suggestions. A little bit further out than April 1st would be great.
And Natalie, what we're looking for is actually proof that the disclosures were delivered, right?
Right, so for a given semester, proof that each student received a disclosure, the date they received it, and that it was complete. Then proof of the date that it was signed, proof the date that it was returned to them, and proof that of the date of their first payment. For
And
that
those are the only
term.
things we're asking for, and, you know, I
So
don't,
what
I think May 1st is way too far to do that. They ought to have that stuff in 2 weeks, maybe April 5th or 6th, but certainly not May 1st. That's my thought.
And then what about the other items in attachment E? Those are not expected as soon as that, the notices?
The staff recommendation is that the school should establish compliance April 1st for as many as possible. And if compliance is not possible to be achieved by that date, to provide a specific timeline, because some of these requests have been taking a very long time. For example, this one, 12 weeks, another assignment to create courses for an individual student that were due in September that are not yet available, and the student's unable to attend school. So having some specific timelines will be helpful. The school has been searching for information technology help since November. They did place a deposit sometime recently in the last couple of weeks, but they don't have a timeline as to when their website, which includes 2021 dates, will be updated. So it would be helpful to know the timeline that the committee can rely upon
Okay,
in reviewing the plans.
So what you're saying is that all the deliverables in attachment E would have a deadline of April 5th.
This is the discretion of the committee. That seems fine.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure whether we were talking about the one issue or all of the issues that are of concern with them. And you're saying all of the issues.
I would say it's a committee discretion.
Well, no, okay, but
It
that's
was intended to be April 1st, but there's no problem to making it whatever date the committee believes is
for all of them.
appropriate.
Well, we need to account for the time you need to review the information prior to our April meeting. So let's see, the 5th is that a Friday? I'm opening up my calendar.
It's a Wednesday.
It's a Wednesday. That's a Wednesday.
It
Okay,
will certainly press me on my side to fully prepare for you. These are the closest together meetings that we have. And these are recommendations that the school has been aware of for some time.
Okay, well, that's 2 weeks and a half ahead of our next meeting. So that should be enough time well, I don't know if that'll be enough time for you.
We normally post 10 days in advance, so that would give me just a couple of days to prepare. I will do the best that I can.
Why don't we make it the 4th? We'll give you an extra day, Natalie, sorry.
Okay.
I guess the school 3 more days before.
Okay.
Gives them the weekend.
Okay. And then could I clarify a couple of points? So in the committee's order, the committee asked the school to address all points in the inspection, but the school has been forwarding the points that were identified at the point in time of the notice of non-compliance back in June, but that does not comply with the committee's order of December. Can we have, is it correct that, well, it is correct, the committee's December order indicates that the school should use all recommendations that were in the inspection report, and the purpose of that is to establish ongoing compliance. And if the school is in compliance and still so, they need only document that. So the probation order states that all recommendations in the compliance report should be included. I've had several back and forth communications, written and verbal, with Ms. Pomposo, but she continues to focus on the non-compliance notice, and I need guidance from the committee as to whether to enforce its order.
Well, the point is she has to disclose everything that's required, not just what they haven't disclosed before. Continue to disclose what is required. And that's what you're saying, Natalie, right?
Right. So the probation order of December asks the school to document compliance as to all recommendations that were part of the inspection report, not just those that were identified as of June. And additional compliance instances have been discussed since June.
So does that mean they have to repeat information they previously provided, or is it enough that they say that the information I previously provided regarding a particular issue has not changed?
So far, the committee has found has accepted prior reports when they've found compliance, and then the school attests there's no change and there's no evidence to the contrary.
Okay, so they could, because that does save them a little bit of effort.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems fine. And then finally, just briefly regarding the testing accommodations, the school does have the policy that they discussed, and they are working on enhancements to the policy, some required and some above and beyond, and those are very much appreciated. The issue has been really the implementation of the policy. Since the last committee meeting, we've received information that in certain cases, a student was required to ask each professor individually whether or not their accommodation could be approved. In another, a student was accepted on the day that their classes began, calling into question the soundness of the admission strategy. It was after the orientation, the student was not oriented, and when they were able to access the application, they did so at a time that their exams, I believe, needed to be rescheduled, which was stressful for the student. So the concern really is around the implementation, and to have multiple complaints from such a small school is curious. It's certainly worthy of note. They also indicate to look at the handbook, and the handbook is on the website, but that handbook was posted and out of date, including notes for the first half of last year, and it took communications with the school for approximately 6 months before they updated it, though they indicated that they had elsewhere provided a more updated copy to the students. So there may have been confusion in that regard. So it's not the written policy per se, it's so far the implementation and whether it's consistently implemented.
Okay, well, in the first instance, that's for staff to ascertain and then report to us, right?
Yes.
So ask for what you need to be able to do that.
I believe that the school will continue to respond as they have been, and we'll be able to bring that information back to you regarding testing accommodations. I hope it's sufficient to have the committee remind the school that all recommendations from the inspection report should be included in the progress report. And we look forward to the information, hopefully demonstrating compliance as to Rule 4.241.
Okay, so any further discussion, or are we ready for a motion?
So if it's appropriate, I'll make that motion. Jim Efting.
You may. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That David?
It is.
Okay. Any questions about the motion, what it means? All right, Devin.
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Robert Brody,
Yes.
Dr. Cow,
Yes.
Alex Chan, Jim Efting,
Yes.
Kareem Gangora,
Yes.
Judge Guerra, Dolores Heisinger,
Yes.
Larry Kaplan, Alex Lawrence, recused. Esther Lynn, Bethany Peak,
Yes.
Ashley Silva Guzman,
Yes.
Vince Reyes,
Yes.
David Torres,
Yes.
Dr. Wilcoxon, Paul Kramer.
Yes.
With 11 yeses and 0 nos, the motion passes.
Okay, somebody will let Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Kaplan know we're finished with that item. We will move on to 0500 under moral character. Recommendation to adopt changes to the admissions rules pertaining to moral character after return from public comment. Tara or David?
I'll start. Thank you, Paul. Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize. I still have a lingering cough, so if I mute myself unexpectedly, it's just to cover that. I just wanted to give a brief introduction as to why we have both 0500 and 501. We tried to cover this in the agenda items themselves, but just so you understand why moving forward. So as you may recall, staff in the working group, which consisted of Dolores and Vince, brought forth the recommended changes in 0500 to the October meeting, requesting that the rules be circulated for public comment. They then went to the board and went out for public comment. So they're returning now at that point. If you all approve to move forward with these rules as written, or as revised, excuse me, then the anticipated implementation date would be July 1st of this year, if all goes accordingly. We do in Rule 501 have the suggested change to Rule 4.41. This was the idea that we had introduced at the January meeting. It didn't garner a lot of discussion at that time. I think the committee members maybe needed a little bit more time to think about it. We did have a working group assigned. Then after that, it consisted of Paul, Larry, and Judge Guerra. And so we are keeping those two separate for a couple of reasons. One being that we feel like the clarifications and revisions in 0500 are helpful, and it would be helpful to get them implemented sooner rather than later, as well as we're not sure how Rule 4.41 will go, being that it may garner some more attention either from the committee or the public, because this is going to be the most substantive change. And then just for the committee's knowledge, recently there was an applicant who was not permitted to submit an application pursuant to this rule. They requested review by the Supreme Court. The court denied that review. We can't really speak to how the court would view this rule change then. It's, their decision not to accept a review. That petition does not necessarily indicate that they would not move forward with this rule review, but that's why we did want to keep them on separate tracks. So hopefully that clarifies that. And so as a reminder, so this came back from public comment. We had a total of 11 submissions, one of which was just an unrelated attachment. So 10 comments in total, 6 of those were in agreement, 1 agreed if modified, and 3 disagreed. After reviewing the comments, we did not feel there were any changes necessary. So you can see all of the comments verbatim in attachment A, and then we have the rules, the clean version and the red line version in attachments B and C. I'd like to open it up if there's any questions, or Dolores and Vince, if you have anything else you'd like to add.
I don't have anything to add. That's great. It's a long time in the works. We started this process in October.
Yeah, I'm good also. I think you did a great job of putting those little tweaks.
Okay, thank you. And are there any other questions or comments by the committee?
Okay, can somebody put up the motion?
Yep. Oh, it's not showing it. Give me one moment.
I'll move the motion. This is Vince.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
That was David.
Yes.
Okay, second Torres. Any further comments or questions? Okay, Devin.
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Robert Brody,
Yes.
Dr. Cow,
Yes.
Alex Chan, Jim Efting,
Yes.
Kareem Gangora,
Yes.
Judge Guerra, Dolores Heisinger,
Yes.
Larry Kaplan,
Yes.
Alex Lawrence,
Yes.
Esther Lynn, Bethany Peak,
Yes.
Ashley Silva Guzman,
Yes.
Vince Reyes,
Yes.
David Torres,
Yes.
Dr. Wilcoxon, Paul Kramer.
Yes.
With 13 yeses and 0 nos, the motion passes.
Okay, next is 0501. As Tara already alluded to, it's additional action, I suppose you could call it, on revisions to admission rule 4.41 with the recommendation to circulate for public comment.
I can talk about that one. Paul, Judge Guerra was going to, but she's not here today. So as Tara mentioned at the January meeting, staff introduced the issue of considering a revision to Rule 4.41, which in its current state prohibits attorney applicants who are not in good standing for disciplinary reasons in other jurisdictions from submitting a moral character application. We asked for volunteers to be on a working group. Tara mentioned that the chair, Paul Kramer, Larry Kaplan, and Judge Guerra graciously volunteered their time and met. And today, the working group and staff are recommending that the rule be revised to allow attorneys who are not in good standing for disciplinary reasons in other jurisdictions to submit a moral character application with the caveat that there will be a rebuttable presumption that such an applicant has to overcome that they are not of good moral character. And so the current Rule 4.41 has two parts, A and B. Before the October rule revisions, as part of the October rule revisions, Part A became two parts because it really had two separate ideas in it. One, the applicant must submit an application, and two, the part I'm talking about today, that attorneys not in good standing for disciplinary reasons, attorney applicants couldn't submit an application. So that second part was moved to a Part C, and today the revision that the committee would be approving to put out for a 45-day comment period would become the new Part C. It would read, there shall be a rebuttable presumption that an attorney is not of good moral character if the attorney is currently suspended for disciplinary reasons, is disbarred, has
David?
resigned with disciplinary charges pending, or is otherwise not in good standing for disciplinary reasons in any jurisdiction.
Vince, are you cupping your ear because he's fading away? David, your audio is kind of going down. I don't know if it's just me, but.
I think that's actually this most the substantive part. One small correction. I apologize. I think we're actually suggesting it go out for 60 days. I know initially we were considering 45 days, but we did want to give you, Paul or Larry, if you had any other comments you'd like to add, since you're part of the working group.
Yeah, I personally think this is fair. The original proposal we heard in January was basically to litigate whether the attorney received a fair hearing at the other jurisdiction, and if so, continue the prohibition. And that seemed to me to be suboptimal for a couple of reasons. One is, we sort of have a theme of redemption in California, and that would prevent that. In other words, if somebody works out their problems and shows that they've turned the corner, they've turned around, we're willing to give them a second chance. But even with that proposal from January, they would have to go work things out with their old bar before they could apply with us. And it just seems that it's better to just let them deal directly with us. We're still making them work hard because they have to overcome the presumption that, their behavior that got them in trouble with the other bar is problematic and should prevent them from joining our bar. But if they show rehabilitation and, all the things we look for in them, when we review other problems that people have gotten themselves into in a moral character analysis, if they can make that showing, then they should be able to apply to be a member of our bar. So I think this strikes the right balance. It says, you have a bit of a rock to push up a hill, but we're willing to consider your efforts.
I have a question. Will this, upon resubmitting or initially submitting, is this reviewed by the staff? And what are the standards where it might rise to coming back to the committee, the subcommittee to review?
So
I
it would
wouldn't. Go ahead, Tara.
Sorry, Paul. I was just going to say, so this would go through the normal, I'm sorry, you're talking about the actual application itself. And it's
Yes.
right for one of these attorneys. So it would
Yes.
go through the normal process. So it would go through the staff review first, and then it would just come to the committee for administrative review if the applicant were denied and then requested administrative review. I know this is a little bit of a shift from what we had said last time, but so this would make it more streamlined since they would just follow our normal process.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want to say anything, Larry? Oh, no, you were on it. Okay, any other questions?
I have a quick question. So in real time, in real life, what would the staff, our staff, do to determine whether this applicant in the application to us is telling the whole truth and nothing but the truth about their other experience in another jurisdiction?
So we would handle that issue just like we handle any other issue in the moral character process. We could gather documentary evidence. We could gather relevant evidence from people who are involved. Ultimately, we could hold an informal conference, which would be more likely under this scenario, given the fact that the attorney would be coming in with discipline, and make a determination just like we do in every moral character case.
What about the part about the rebuttable presumption?
So as it stands now, as you know, under Rule 4.40, the applicant has the burden of showing good moral character. Similarly, the applicant would now have sort of an extra burden of overcoming the presumption that they're not of good moral character. They might do that in a couple of different ways. For example, they could show that the discipline that was imposed by the other jurisdiction was imposed improperly, perhaps for procedural reasons. Maybe they didn't get sufficient due process in the disciplinary proceedings in the other jurisdiction to the extent that it renders the discipline imposed questionable or improper. They might bring substantive evidence. For example, they could show that they were disciplined in another jurisdiction for conduct that would not constitute disciplinable conduct in California. And in that case, either of those scenarios are sort of examples of how they might overcome the presumption that they're not of good moral character. They would have to somehow undermine the disciplinary decision from the other jurisdiction.
But even if they did, wouldn't we consider the conduct and whether it was itself evidence of a lack of moral character?
Sure. Yeah. They could so they could overcome the rebuttable presumption with respect to the other discipline They could get denied for any other unrelated reason. And yes, let's say they came in and they showed that it was procedurally flawed, but we did our own investigation and made a determination that, we would make the same decision with the correct procedures in place. The answer is yes, they could still get denied. But I was just trying to give a couple of examples of evidence that they might bring to try to overcome the presumption.
Yeah, but it's just more procedural defects don't necessarily mean the behavior is not to be considered.
That's right.
Or put it another way, if you got off on a technicality, we're still going to look at your behavior. Okay, any other questions? Can we have the motion up? Does anyone wish to make
I'll
this,
move
or
it. I'll move it.
was that Dolores?
Yes.
I'll second. This is Vince.
Thank you. I think anyone not understand the motion or have a question about it? Okay, Devin?
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Robert Brody,
Yes.
Dr. Cow,
Yes.
Alex Chan,
Yes.
Jim Efting,
Yes.
Kareem Gangora,
Yes.
Judge Guerra, Dolores Heisinger,
Yes.
Larry Kaplan,
Yes.
Alex Lawrence,
Yes.
Esther Lynn, Bethany Peak, Ashley Silva Guzman,
Yes.
Vince Reyes,
Yes.
David Torres,
Yes.
Dr. Wilcoxon, Paul Kramer.
Yes.
With 12 yeses and 0 nos, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you. We're going to, in the interest of time, should we either run out of time or lose our quorum, we're going to skip past the remaining reports from myself, and there is an action item in there. And then from the director, and go back into closed session so we can complete those items. And then we will return, can't for certain say when, but to complete the remaining open session items. So again, folks, if you can find your email from Amy and join the closed session Zoom, as before, we'll leave this open session Zoom open for the public and to see us when we return again in a while. Oh, I see people are telling me what they thought of my short break. Okay, let me do the formality stuff while people start to arrive. This is Paul Kramer, the chair of the Bar Examiners, reporting that we emerged from closed session. We finished at about 3:57, took a break, and now we're returning to open session. We have nothing to report from the closed session, except that it's completed for the day. We don't plan on going back into closed session. On the agenda, let's go back up to the top under Chair's time. And as you recall, we were left at the point of approving the minutes from our January 27 meeting, attachment O100. Does anybody have any corrections or questions about the minutes? And if not, do we have a quorum to take a motion?
We do.
Okay, is there a motion to approve those minutes?
I'll make that motion. This is Robbie.
And a
This is
second?
Vince. I'll second the motion.
Okay, I'm going to give the second to Vince. Devin?
Dr. Bolton,
Yes.
Robert Brody,
Yes.
Dr. Cow,
Yes.
Alex Chan,
Yes.
Jim Epting,
Yes.
Kareem Gangora,
Yes.
Judge Guerra, Dolores Heisinger,
Yes.
Larry Kaplan,
Yes.
Alex Lawrence,
Yes.
Esther Lynn, Bethany Peak, Ashley Silva Guzman,
Yes.
Vince Reyes,
Yes.
David Torres,
Yes.
Dr. Wilcoxon, Paul Kramer.
Yes.
With 13 yeses and 0 nos, the motion passes.
Okay, the next item is O101. That's some discussion, if necessary, of our finalized points of consensus. These resulted from our December planning meeting, and then we came back with a summary of our points of consensus in January. We made a couple of additions and amendments to those. So we put this back on the agenda simply to kind of have a place for it and to show everyone. But unless somebody has a question or a comment, there's no reason to discuss it further. Seeing none. The next item is the approval of our 2023 committee work plan. It's attachment O102. Amy, did you want to say something about this or
Yes.
even lead this discussion?
Yes, I will lead this discussion, excuse me. So let me open it.
Your volume is pretty low.
Is it? Give me 1 second.
There you go.
All right. All right, is this better?
It is.
Okay, wonderful. Let me pull up this document. So as you may recall, we talked about the work plan at our last CBE meeting. I'm going to share my screen. And at the time, I think we had, here we go. There were a couple of things that the committee directed us to do. We had a list of potential additional items, and these were initiatives that we had talked about that are policy oriented that the committee could take on or consider for the 2023 work plan. I shared it with the committee, and today what I want to do is go through that list so we can discuss and determine which ones could proceed in 2023. There are a total of about 12, and I'll walk through where we're at with them because obviously we cannot tackle all of these given everything that we have on our plate in 2023. And so that's one part of this discussion. The other part is we were directed to also include some of the goals that were missing from the last discussion. So I'm going to walk through the more comprehensive set of work plans that include some of that, some of the things that did not get included from the regular goals. And this includes things like the admin reviews and the typical appeals review that the committee conducts at every meeting. So let's start now with the work plan. So I sent this to the committee once more. I sent it this week, and I had sent it soon after our last meeting. And here, I want to highlight the different initiatives, and they're categorized by the different functions that we carry out. So here what we have is potential additional projects that are related to examinations. And so here, one of the first ones is to conduct a landscape analysis of trends in licensing across the 50 jurisdictions in Canada, to include assessment of bar exams and alternative pathways to licensure. And this is to help understand, again, what licensing looks like in other jurisdictions. The next initiative is related to learning and developing recommendations, but learning from the Access Lex grant that is currently in implementation stages. And that is the three things that we're studying. We're studying the remote versus impact, and that the impact on the remote versus in-person impact on subpopulations, the open book or closed book, how that impacts subpopulations, as well as time limit. That is providing people different time limits to see whether time limits impact performance. And so the way this is set out is it's probably best to make recommendations once this initiative is complete. And what we know now is that this is scheduled to finish in 2024. So this might be a little premature for us to tackle or include in the 2023 work plan. Another item in here is the review of the current MPRE cut score. I didn't want to remove this, but this is an item that was also addressed in Christina's agenda item today in item 2C. And she discussed it with the working group, and that is to review whether the MPRE cut score should change. And it sounds like that working group recommended not to do that, to keep the current MPRE cut score. So that is an update that I included in here. Oops. And the next item is developing testing accommodations oversight procedures. This is this was anticipated when we thought that the oversight or the appeals process was going to be removed from the CBE as one of their duties. And so in light of that not happening, I still kept this on in the event that we want to revisit that. And then also the next item under examinations here is examining the specific testing and testing accommodations to ensure that we're meeting applicant needs, but that we're also doing this in a cost-effective manner. And this has a lot of relevance, especially after our discussion on our fees, like by identifying ways to reduce costs while still making sure that we meet our legal obligations. And so here, you know, we would do things such as investigating what constitutes a private room, like or semi-private room. And so one idea was, if the committee wanted to tackle this, is perhaps establishing a working group that looks at actually number 4 and number 5 together. So before I move on to operations and management items, does anybody have any questions about the examination projects that are listed here?
Would you also like to hear comments and prioritizations?
Yes, that would be great.
So if somebody sees one of these as a particular priority or not, this would be the time to call it out.
On item number 3, the re-examination of the MPRE, is that because of the possibility of phasing it out in the future?
Oh, no. So this is a professional responsibility examination.
Oh, I'm sorry. MPRE. I was thinking.
Oh, yeah.
MBE. Never mind.
Oh, yeah, no problem. But David, this was, you know, Christina talked about it in her agenda item, that the score, the required minimum score.
I remember that. I had
Okay.
MBE.
No problem.
I got my M's and E's mixed up.
We have a lot of acronyms. I totally understand.
And somebody asked us to look at that, right?
Well, initially somebody from the CBE had asked.
Oh, okay, that's
you
right.
brought it
Yeah.
up, and
Right.
it sounds like that interest has subsided.
Yeah, and if we adopt the blue ribbon formulation of the bar exam, it would no longer test for ethical issues anyway. So the MPRE would be more important to us. It would be the maybe the only line of defense on that issue. Yeah, I agree with you that number two is for another year because we need to wait until those studies are completed, and they won't be completed until second half of next year, roughly, right? Number one, I don't know if we have the bandwidth for this. I think Ms. Wilson was suggesting that we task the individual, to me anyway, she suggested we task the individual members of this committee with doing that. And I don't know that everyone would want to sign up for that. I'm not sure how well that would work, but just general tracking of trends in other bars. I think we have more basic business to do, just getting our own house in order before we start on a lot of new innovative programs. Someone said to me recently, we shouldn't worry about the costs of programs, but in light of the budget, I don't see how we cannot worry about that. Can you scroll to number 4 and 5?
Sure.
I got the impression from our discussion today that we're going to wait and see how the new accommodations process works before we decide if we need much more by way of oversight. So I think that could wait. Yeah, number 5.
May I interject really quick?
I'm sorry.
With respect to number 1, just a really quick question on 1. Wouldn't the NBE, not the NC, National Conference of Bar Examiners, have information with respect to the current landscape of trends in licensing?
I guess to a degree, and thank God we don't have an open or a test about our comprehension of their magazine that we all get, but to a degree. But to the extent that I think this is more of a staff thing. In fact, I think this is a Leah Wilson thing. She has said on several occasions, she worries that we're, quote, falling behind other bars. I just think that's, we have more important basic things to get right before we start, really digging into this. We can overcommit ourselves, overextend ourselves. And in my view, this would be one way to do that. And maybe in a few years, we'll be ready to do this. But then some people will also, at that point, will say, well, not doing it, maybe we'll mitigate increases in fees to a degree. So, but right now, not a high priority for me anyway.
Paul, Renee, I've been hearing a bit of a disconnect today because the Supreme Court is going to make an order about the future of the bar exam. And this was in part a reaction to the committee repeatedly stating that they're not feeling relevant in these discussions about the bar exam. And this was an opportunity for the committee to develop some useful resources for the Supreme Court in helping to maybe decide what that bar exam is going to look like. And so, and I know we had talked about it, and it is a commitment. But certainly, if we've got 19 members of the committee and we divided up, the number of jurisdictions, it would be it would be less of a commitment than if we asked 2 or 3 people to do that analysis. But it really was a way for the committee to help provide some thoughtful suggestions and direction that the Supreme Court might want to follow in terms of what a future bar exam might look like and what future licensure options might look like. But it's absolutely a big assignment. And as we said, the last 2 times we talked about this list, right? This is you guys gave us an assignment, and it was to come up with every policy option that we could think of. And so we did our assignment, but there's not a chance we've got the bandwidth
to do all those things. So you do have to be discriminating in terms of which ones you select. But I just wanted to provide sort of an opposite perspective on why I think one is number one. It does have some importance.
Thanks, Donna. All right.
And then let's see, 4 and 5.
Yes.
So 5 yeses. It seems to me that's the next step in rolling out and fine tuning the testing accommodation. So I think of these 5, I would give the highest priority to number 5 personally. That's, it's just one person's opinion, but I'm offering it because that's my nature.
Any other thoughts? Okay, and maybe it'll be helpful once we get through all of these and we can talk about them. All right, so let's talk about O&M. So under O&M, we have this item on evaluating the requirements for issuing temporary licenses for applicants with child or family support arrearages. And here, this is something that we discovered in during the rules review process, and that is that when someone has outstanding child or family support arrearages, we should have been offering temporary licenses if that was something that was holding them back from full licensure. And
I think this will be handled during the eligibility rules.
Okay.
So there were a couple here that were put on in case they were too meaty for us to get through when we were doing the eligibility rules. But this should be handled as
I think that was just the words right out of Amy's mouth.
So was that
6 and 7 here?
Was this? Well, of course, we didn't get the eligibility rules this time, right?
No, they're coming to the April meeting.
Okay.
All right. So
Good.
number 7 is also in that same category. This is focused analysis on foreign educated applicants and foreign attorneys, and both of those will be on in the eligibility addressed in the eligibility rules revision.
Now, the Blue Ribbon Commission was recommending that the court kind of put this aside for a while to wait and see what develops as the replacement California bar exam, right? So does that argue that maybe we should just wait on this one, or is the idea here to kind of go forward in parallel with the Blue Ribbon Commission?
Well, I think the Blue Ribbon Commission is looking at how to test, the testing aspect of for foreign attorneys. Here, we're looking at the eligibility. So,
okay, so the educational requirements,
yes.
A different part of it. Okay, gotcha.
Okay. All right. Here, evaluating whether to phase out handwriting options for non-TA applicants on the bar exam. This is one area that I just want to flag that could also lead to cost savings when if and when we go to a remote exam, because we often have to provide space for anybody who's handwriting an exam, and this also is something that happens in other jurisdictions, but the idea here is to explore that and how what that phase out would look like. Lastly is develop detailed recommendations related to reciprocity to assist the Supreme Court in responding to the likely recommendation of the BRC. We talked a little about this earlier today about the recommendation for reciprocity and how challenging it was for the BRC to land on a specific recommendation, for example, related to the potential differential treatment of ABA graduates versus those from accredited law schools. And so here, the idea is to fill in the gaps, right? So to study it maybe a little more deep to determine how we can provide more insight to the Supreme Court, given that recommendation is forthcoming to the Supreme Court.
And I had a sense this morning that some people don't like the idea of even talking about reciprocity because they don't want to see it happen. Whereas, my response was calibrated on the assumption that the BRC was going to recommend it. And I just wanted them to, their recommendation to be clear. Is this, so this would be, this wouldn't be debating whether or not reciprocity should exist, but rather how it should be, the precise details of how to do it if the court decides it's appropriate.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, because Paul, to clarify, the BRC's current recommendation on reciprocity is that the court should do something, and the court should develop. They just didn't want to. They didn't feel like they had the information to really get in the weeds in terms of how many years of having practiced and being in good standing should you have in order to be entitled to get admitted on motion as opposed to sitting for the bar exam. But they recommended that the court adopt something that that would provide for admission on motion in certain instances.
Yeah, so we would just have to remember that when we're debating this, that it's about what happens if it, how it happens if it happens, not whether it should happen. Okay.
All right. So I'm going to pause here. If there's anything here that in O&M that we wanted to discuss or have questions about.
I'm still trying to get over this phasing out handwriting now. I feel old. Well, I know I'm old, but Paul, you're smiling because you handwrote the bar, did you?
Yeah, I think I did.
Yeah,
I can't remember really. I blocked it out for whatever reason, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know if the savings will be great, but yeah, that's definitely we're gonna have to have a mock funeral of some sort for it.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
We'll bury a pencil.
With a big pen.
Well, Robert Brody probably had a chisel and a hammer and a big
Yeah,
rock.
well, we tied our horses up outside the exam site, and then we used, one candle per person. And I think somebody copied the wick off their neighbor and had, it was just a Roman numeral 6. It wasn't a chapter 6 because we hadn't yet developed the numbers. Amy, following up on what David said, I'm on the NCBE website, and I bet they have a wealth of information about what's going on in all 50 states. I mean, I wouldn't mind tackling that along with, somebody else that's interested to see what other people are doing. And but I'm guessing that a lot of that information's out there. So I have no objection to, I agree. I don't want to operate in a vacuum. And Donna, it sounds like you think that's a worthwhile thing for us. And, CBE members, for those of us that have been around, I mean, wow, our committee is really evolving. But you can see by even the things that happened today, we are working with the bar to develop and implement policy. This is not a rubber stamp group anymore. The things that go to the Board of Trustees are really vetted here at the CBE. So, I think it's wonderful that our group, of court appointees and legislative appointees and public members and lawyers, we really are making a difference. So I think let's pick some things where we want to make sure that the bar's doing it right. I think this is an exciting time, for the Committee of Bar Examiners. So I don't mind tackling number 1, and I also don't mind tackling maybe working with Tammy on the most efficient way to administer an in-person bar exam and looking at, other, is that one of the choices, Amy? I forgot already. Was that one of the things?
No, there was, under O&M, this is, the reciprocity, phasing out the, handwriting option.
Oh,
And then, these two, the, foreign educated applicants and attorneys, and also the temporary license, those are being addressed already in the rules revision. So,
those don't particularly interest me. And I think we're, as the number of handwriters dwindles, I think we should just let that phase itself out. I mean, there are fewer and fewer each session, and I don't think we need to lay down the law about that for an applicant that chooses to
There were
handwrite.
300 in February.
Wow. Oh,
So
Plus, I think the idea is if we get rid of it entirely, then we wouldn't have to print anything, right? Well, we would obviously, but I mean, like, we wouldn't have to have like the booklets and have people bring things, which could save some small amount of money.
Yeah,
Well-
but we scan the booklets and then they're,
right.
they exist as electronic files from that point forward.
I don't know. For a boomer like me, I don't have a problem with, if somebody really wants to do that and write the bar exam, you know what, more power to them.
Hey, it's probably the only reason to continue to learn cursive.
Yeah, really.
And I'm not sure we're doing so well on that.
so why don't I go on to the last set of potential new items? And this is under Ed standards. We have to evaluate and develop recommendations regarding whether the CBE oversight should extend to legal programs in non-law schools that lead to a JD, LLB, or other law degree. And then also to establish a policy or rule on whether non-JD programs in CALS and registered law schools should be under the purview of the program. Should they be permitted? And if so, what should the role of the CBE be? And so, these are large scope projects.
Well, I think that one might be relatively simple if we decide that we don't want to take on additional oversight of schools that don't lead to people who are going to apply to be members of our bar. The problem here is that there's a statute that is much broader than what we currently regulate, and so we either need to start following the statute or ask the legislature to narrow the focus. It's probably a case of an older law that and our habits just developed somewhat differently.
Yeah.
So I don't think this is critical,
Okay.
but I don't think it has to be super hard either.
All right. Well, and there are two more. So let me show you these. One is the other one is evaluating the impact of online education and whether further rule changes might be required to address online education to ensure its effectiveness. And then lastly, further define the role of the CBE as to law schools that are duly accredited by the CBE and a regional accreditor.
Yeah, 12's been on our goals for a version of, well, something that if you take the implications of it leads to this was been on our goals for a while already. Yeah, I think it's how well the regional accreditors are going to substitute for us as regulators of the duly accredited law schools is an open question. And if the answer turns out to be that it's not so well, then we're going to have to maybe revise our assumptions that we can just kind of set the duly accredited schools loose and just receive annual reports from them, which is the current paradigm we adopted in our rules.
Amy, this is, I really feel like we should wait and see what happens once the court gets the BRC report, because that report is very open-ended in lots of ways. And I think that if the court was expecting definitive, do this, and do this, they're going to be disappointed, because the report wants them to say what to do, and they may tell us what, evaluate the idea of, an open book exam. I'd like to wait and see what happens next with that Blue Ribbon Commission report and what direction they give us at the CBE.
Are you seeing a connection between that and the law school regulation or bar exam issues?
Bar exam issues is
Okay.
what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
And reciprocity, they may throw this all back to us. I don't know. I'm very anxious to see what's going to happen, because they're going to see that the Blue Ribbon Commission could not get a consensus on some significant issues. But it sounds like for sure they may say, okay, time to limit the subjects on the bar exam because of the CAPA study adopted by BRC. I'm interested to see, this will be the first action by the court since they have a new chief. And I don't know, where she will direct the court on this. So I want to wait and see what they do next. When are they getting, I know it's out for public comment. When is the report being presented to Sunil and the chief?
Probably in June, because it's going to the May Board of Trustees meeting, and then from there it'll advance to the court.
What was your
May
idea,
early June.
Amy? Was it to get started on some of these things?
No, some of these are complementary projects, right? I mean, I think learning about, coming up with these recommendations for reciprocity, it sounds like that's the direction that the BRC, that's the recommendation that they're providing to the court. They might ask us about that, and this group seems the most knowledgeable and will have the most relevant experience to apply here. The committee is the committee that gets applications from foreign applicants, from out-of-state applicants. Reciprocity has been raised here multiple times to date and throughout our meetings. And so I think the idea is just for us to make some progress in terms of the specifications around what a reciprocity reciprocity policy might look like in California.
Now is that assuming that they're going to go ahead with reciprocity? What if they just said, no, we don't want it? Then our efforts would be for naught.
Well, we're going to know soon.
Yeah, we'll know soon. But yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait and see, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, it's because we are I'm assuming, well, you've said your plate is not infinitely large, and I bet it's pretty full already. That maybe this is wait and see what the BRC says or the court says about that. Does that make sense, Robbie?
I agree. I'm very anxious to hear what they say after reading that report.
So this list will stick around, right, Amy?
Yes, I mean, we want to get the work plan to the Board of Trustees at the May meeting. And so I could bring this back in April. I mean, what we could do is, if we can't identify as something on this list right now or today, like I said, bring it back in April, or maybe we don't add something now, we could do it mid-year. I think once we get, I think one of the big projects that we have going on right now that's evident, because we've been reaching out to many of you CBE members, is we have a lot of rules revisions going on, whether it's testing accommodations, we have eligibility, special admissions, moral character, exam grading, the exam administration in terms of the Chapter 6 rules. And so, and we're about to start also, or have started a bit on the registered law school rules. And so I bring it up because I know even how much we're tapping into each of you and your time, that it's challenging to find a way to prioritize this. But I think it's still important for us to discuss it and identify if there's something that's, a priority or a policy issue that the committee's been wanting to address. this is a time to discuss that.
Well, I think there's a couple here today. 6 and 7, I think, are already ongoing, is what you've
Yes,
told us.
they
So I
are.
might as well put those in there.
Okay,
Or just if you already have an item for, like the eligibility rules, maybe you can just, maybe this would be duplicate of it. So you can we can say it's already there.
okay.
But if you don't, add that on. Let's see.
I think you can take off the scoring for the
MPRE.
ethics exam, because we kind of went through that definitively today.
Mhm.
Because I think we're going to maintain the status quo there, so.
And you probably have something for the Access Lex grant already in there. If you don't, you're doing it. So this is a follow-on to something that should be in the work plan already. Maybe you can just combine the two.
Okay. All right, I'll combine because, yeah, you'll hear it in the update later on, that where we're at with that grant, and we're going to keep bringing back updates to the CBE.
Okay. Handwriting seems like, not the most important thing to resolve right now.
Okay.
Reciprocity, if it's going to be on the table after that's the court's decision, then yeah, we'd like to be a part of that discussion. And whether we should be overseeing more law schools or change the law to what we do now, I don't know. We could probably decide that pretty quickly if there's a need. I guess in theory, we're not, meeting our statutory mandate. So how soon the staff and the Board of Trustees want to resolve that would set the priority for that.
Mhm.
I can't imagine us wanting to regulate more schools at this point.
Yes, correct. All right.
Amy, how important do you think it is that we have a working group on testing accommodations?
I think it's important to probably address the cost savings aspect, here that the one that we're discussing in terms of ensuring that we're meeting our the needs of our applicants while looking at cost effectiveness. So I think for the TA, I think that's probably more of all of these, probably the higher priority, because we're looking at cost savings now, planning for the remainder of this year and through 2024. And that is, getting our hotels, the facility sites, testing sites together. So I think out of all of these, this might have a little bit more time sensitivity than the rest.
Because I mean, we all talk about that at every meeting, and having worked on that and seen all the public comment, I know that that's on everybody's mind. I would not mind working on that. I would like to explore the idea of whether any of these testing centers could be used for those accommodated applicants, as opposed to hotel rooms and removing the beds. And it seems like if you could get people together with similar time parameters, time and a half, then those centers would really work. But I'd be happy to, because Dr. Cow and I visited a test center that we were both very impressed with, so I wouldn't mind exploring that. I don't know, Tammy, how much of that you've already done, or but that seems like that is something that should get our attention, to make sure we're doing it right and that we're doing it in the most cost-effective way.
Okay. So maybe that's something that we could do. Let me just suggest this. what if I sent out an email after this meeting, sometime next week, to find out, to establish like a working group that's going to look then at this, at this specific testing accommodation issue? Does that sound like an
Yeah,
appropriate next step?
Paul, it's up to you as the chair. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. And then what I'll do is I'll revise this list and noting which ones are going to, for example, already be handled through eligibility, which of these are already in our work plan, as Paul, you've identified. And then we'll just keep this list and review it on occasion to make sure that we reevaluate whether we need to tackle any of these in the near future.
Okay, so it'll be a list of what remains because several will come off of here
Exactly.
in favor of the work plan.
Mhm.
Okay,
Okay.
and we had talked about putting the work plan on every agenda.
Yes.
Not to talk about it all the time, but be able to talk about it when we needed to.
Mhm.
And that reminds me, there's one more item. Tell me, because I don't have the full work plan in front of me. After the Supreme Court decided not to accept our rule change, which would have eliminated the 5-year rule for swearing in, there was some talk about us revisiting the rule to see if there are other changes to it that would make it, it would improve it. So is that on the work plan?
That's also folded into the eligibility rules.
Yeah.
We've got a rule change and a proposed policy.
Okay, so we'll
that
be talking about it there. Okay, good.
Okay. And so, Paul, I don't know if this is helpful, but for the sake of time, I'm going to walk through really quick all of the items that we incorporated. So we talked about some of these one-time assignments. We have the rules revision that is ongoing right now with immoral character, including Rule 4.41. The annual assignments, these are the training and presentations that we have that are coming up. We have one that's either April or June, unauthorized practice of law, another on rehabilitation related to moral character determinations, and a presentation on the lawyer assistance program that's coming up. We also have the review of moral character determinations. These were in our goals that have now been incorporated in our work plan. Under examinations, we have the testing accommodation rules that we heard more about today. This is the CBE providing CBE response as needed to the Blue Ribbon Commission final report that was discussed today. We also have the grading rules. Under annual assignments, we have the providing input on strategies for identifying methods to diversify our grader and exam developer pool. We have a few presentations that are scheduled for this year. One on substantive issues in evaluating TA requests. This might be delayed a bit until we have all our systems in order. Training on the testing accommodation process. A presentation from the performance test drafting team. A presentation from the EDGE team on the basics of essay question development. We continually, or the CBE continually edits and approves the final versions of the essays and PTs on the bar exam. And then reviewing the reports on the administration of the California, both the first year law student exam and the California bar exam. The draft reports that go to the Supreme Court for both the July and February bar exams. Petitions seeking waivers. We had quite a few this exam this meeting. These are waivers related to policies, procedures, and rules. And these are our testing accommodation appeals. Then for those are the additional items. We've added also under operations and management, we have the special admissions rules those are coming in April. We have the admissions rules to exam administration that are also coming in April. We have the rules relevant to eligibility that are coming in April. Here we have the rules related to the law office study and the practical training of law students that were Donna presented today. We have the production of the training videos, and then a review of the exam fees, which we presented on today. In terms of the regular assignments, we have the waivers of related to exam-related policies, procedures, and rules. The guidelines for interpreting admissions rules that affect eligibility and administration. We have the review of the reports of the bar exam, review of the reports of the first year and bar exam. And those are potential. And then for Ed Standards, we have a few trainings that are coming up, the review of non-JD programs and a presentation from an institutional accreditor. We have the ongoing school engagement, the petitions for registration and accreditation, regulating and monitoring for compliance, the review of the NPR, and then continuing to pursue mandatory accreditation. The rest here are related to our potential additional items. So we're going to incorporate these. I'm going to incorporate them all together, and that they'll just appear, and we'll revise them from one meeting to the next. And like you suggested, Paul, if we need to discuss them, we will bring those up.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
So we are at the point of going to your director's reports.
I think it starts with me too. I can get started while you're pulling it up. I know we're getting later in the day. So I want to start with the February bar exam. So since our last meeting, we had a bar exam on February 21st and 22nd. And before I start with some of the numbers, I want to, if any of the staff are still in the attendee pool, I really want to say that the staff did a wonderful job administering the exam. We had a great staffing. We were able to source enough proctors, and there were very, very few incidents. And I know some of the CBE members went out to the sites too. Staff loves it when you visit, so thank you for that. And I'm sure you saw the well-oiled machines in place. We had about 4,600 applicants scheduled to take the exam. Of course, we did have some no-shows. 315 of those were accommodated applicants. And then, like I said, 300 were writers. So again, just note that down when we think about phasing out handwriters over time and what that would look like. And yeah, there were very few incidents and nothing major at all. Results are going to be released May 5th from the February exam. Both the June first year exam and the July bar exam opened on March 1st. The June first year exam is June 27th. So far, we have 92 applications. We're going to do this exam remotely again with the live remote proctoring vendor Prometric. The July bar exam is Tuesday and Wednesday, July 25th and 26th. So far, we have 4,774 applications submitted. Of course, our eligibility team is working through all of these to approve applicants to sit the exam, and the final filing deadline is June 1st. How's that for fast?
All right, thank you, Audrey. All right, so the next item I have is the bar exam features experiment. If we can go to that slide. So I mentioned this earlier, so just to remind everybody, this is a project that it's an exploration of different exam characteristics. The State Bar applied for a grant and received it from Access Lex. They are funding this effort. And what we're doing here is we're looking at 3 different bar exam features to test whether it has an impact, what impact it has on subpopulations. We're specifically looking at time allocations, remote versus in-person administration, and open book to determine how that affects performance of different subpopulations. And so since we last met, we have met with our advisory group, which includes 2 members of the CBE. So Paul joined us, as well as Alex Lawrence, as well as representatives from accredited and registered law schools. What we discussed there is a plans to pilot. So at this point, this is going to be a 2-phase project. So we're going to have a small pilot with a smaller group of law schools, approximately 8 law schools, that we will pilot the format of this experiment. And we're considering October of 2023. So it's a pilot that's going to be happening this fall. We also, after meeting with our advisory group, met with the 8 law schools that have been invited to participate. And they provided useful information as to when this could happen, gave us really good feedback on the types of best incentives that would be appealing to students for their participation. And that's what led to this idea of having a pilot in the fall and then the full experiment the following fall in 2024. The idea, again, is for us to test the current format of the bar exam, and looking at these different features, because these will help us determine how we can design a better bar exam of the future. And so our plan is we're going to continue with this, and we'll bring the CBE updates as the work progresses. All right, any questions about the bar exam features experiment? Okay. All right, so the next item, this is something I want to highlight. So on our agenda, we've noted the April 21 meeting as a one-day meeting. We will have a one-day meeting in the sense that it's one day that of business, but day 2, I want to remind everybody we have question selection for attorney members. So it is a 2-day meeting. Our first day is going to be all CBE business. Day 2 is a question selection. And so that's our next meeting, April 21 and 22. That is scheduled to be held via Zoom. And then our next meeting after the April 21st meeting is June 23rd. This is a one-day meeting, and it's a hybrid, meaning we're scheduled to meet in person. We have 2 in-person meetings in 2023. So right now it's one is scheduled for June, the other in December. It's going to be in person in Los Angeles, and anybody who cannot attend in person will be able to join us via Zoom. All right. Next item is a provisional licensure program. So I want to highlight some information. It's been a while since we've reported back. Here, what I have is data from 2 different time points. So here's a report that was completed in December 2022 that used data from November, looking at the total number of participants in the provisional licensure program. We're comparing that to a more recent data set that represents data from as of March 16th of this year. So I want to remind everybody that in December of 2022, the court revised an order that allows people who were in the original program, that is people that are 2020 law school graduates, they extended the program for those graduates through May 31, 2023, as long as they were admitted before December 31, 2022. The program is also going to continue through December 31, 2025, if those graduates had met certain criteria. So here I want to highlight that original program in these numbers is that group in yellow. So let me spell out this report. So of the total admitted, if we look at the column that's looking at just March, a total number of participants is 1,627. Of those, 1,254 have been admitted, and currently we have 254 active participating PLLs. A combination of 119 have been either terminated or suspended. The yellow category is a category that I just described, people who are participating in the program because they qualify as a 2020 graduate. Of those, we have 912 that have participated. 666 have been admitted to the bar, and they've been admitted because they've sat and passed a bar exam. That's left 171 current participates in the program right now. The group in the green category are those that are in the pathway of provisional licensure. So these are people who, remember, scored between a 1390 and 1439 for a bar exam between July 2015 and February 2020. And so these applicants, the court extended the program through December 31, 2025. And it also opened it up to new applicants because, as you may recall, applicants were not did not receive notification from the State Bar about the program. We did do that back at the end of December and opened that application on January 4th. Since that time, there have been a total of 42 new expanded pathway participants. And as you can see here, we have 715 that have participated, 588 have been admitted to the bar. These applicants have been admitted to the bar because they have provided at least 300 hours of legal services and received a positive reference from their supervising attorneys. Right now, we have 83 that are currently active in the program. And if you go to the next slide, of those that are in the provisional pathway, this is a breakdown of how many have been admitted to the bar. So this is by gender. So as you can see here, we have primarily female that have moved on and become fully licensed. Next screen, please. Here we have, in terms of the law school types, this is a breakdown of, for those that have provided the data, we have about 33 applicants that did not provide information on the law school types. But here you can see that the majority of applicants come from, who have become fully licensed as a result of participating in the pathway, are primarily from California accredited law schools, ABA law schools, followed by CBE accredited law schools, and the third highest category is out-of-state ABA accredited law schools. And the last slide related to PLL. Here, in terms of race and ethnicity, the primary PLLs that have been admitted to the bar are white, followed by Asian, and then the third highest category are Latinos.
Can we get a copy of these?
Sure, I will send my slides over. But that is my last slide.
Excellent, excellent statistics. It says a lot.
All right.
Excellent presentation.
Okay. All right. So I don't think we don't have any recent developments. So that is my last item, Paul.
Okay, great. We got it all in, folks. We frankly, we were worried when we were laying out this agenda, but I want to thank you all for sticking around, sticking with us. I hope you found the meeting useful, that your questions were answered, and you felt like your concerns and your thoughts were given a fair hearing. And look forward to doing this again in April. Any final thoughts or parting shots before we adjourn? Okay, thank you all. The meeting is adjourned. We've decided that we do not have to have a formal motion to do so. So see you next time.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.